Good morning, chat. We are currently gapped down on the NASDAQ around 50 points. Friday's close was at 24,866. Currently, the NASDAQ futures are down 0.2%. ES futures are down 0.25%. Bitcoin is down 2% as we speak. ETH is down 5.4. Solana is down 5.5. XRP is down 4%. Metals are doing very well. Before we get started, we have to do some pivot points, draw them on this 2-minute chart right here because we're at all-time highs, etc., etc. There's no data to go and do it on the 30-minute. But before we do that, we have 5 minutes until market. Let's get this European synopsis out of the way. Europe markets today. Europe stocks opened lower on Monday, pressured by profit warnings from automakers like Porsche and uncertainties stemming from U.S. policy shifts on H-1B visas. Investors remain cautious amid mixed global signals, with focus on upcoming economic data and potential impacts from political divisions in the Eurozone. Asia market synopsis. Asian markets were mixed on Monday, rebounding somewhat from global hues with strong gains in Japan and South Korea, though Hong Kong lagged behind. Sentiment stayed resilient despite yen weakness and focus on geopolitical talks with the Trump-Xi Jinping call alongside anticipated economic data. Friday, U.S. stocks slipped slightly from record highs on Friday amid the heightened volatility of quadruple witching day, when multiple derivatives expired simultaneously. Despite the expirations driving peak trading volumes, and the market capped a record-setting week with broadly positive closes across major indices. That's the European, Asian, and Friday's the last trading day synopsis. We have 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Before we get started, red flash news. Fed Bostic said, I see little reason to cut rates further for now. We also have U.S. stocks are set to pull back from all-time highs. They already are. As traders search for new catalysts to drive the market at the start of a relatively quiet week on the event calendar, and gold hits a fresh high. Let's check out silver. Silver's almost at $34 an ounce, up 50 cents for the day. Gold is at $3,736, up $44 an ounce. I mean, metals, I'm predicting silver's gonna hit a high of 52. Could go way beyond that, could be 70s, could be 60s, could short squeeze, who knows. As you know, the silver markets are very, very heavily manipulated. Good morning. Docket for today. 9:45 Fed Williams speaking, 10 a.m. Fed Muslim speaking, 11:30 a.m. US 6-month bill, 3-month bill, and then we have a lot of Fed speaking at 12 p.m. Moran, Hammock, Barkin. Then 1 p.m. White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt, and then 2 p.m. BOE's Gov Bailey speaking. Then after market, Trump announcing on medical findings on autism. Supposedly they found the reason. There's 1 in 12 and for boys and 1 in 20 autism for girls. So we'll see what we find today. Morning, Turo, Funny, Saeed. What's up, guys? Chaos. Good afternoon. Let's trade and make some money. Successful day, everyone. I expect volatility to surmise. We had a very heavy news week. I do not expect volatility to be that heavy today. Could be wrong. Some news from Trump comes out. Could very well go to all-time highs again. High of pre-market at 24,876. Let's draw these pivot points before market gets going. I'm doing this on the 2-minute chart, by the way. I'll go up here. 1 minute until market's open. Get these pivot points drawn out. One more. We're good. Get ready. Pivot point up top at 24,826. Pivot point to the downside at 24,766. Right. Market is open. ES flushing up, tapping the VWAP, getting above it. ES is above the 200 SMA, 100 MA. NQ 30 minute. Where is it? We gotta draw the VWAP and 200 SMA. I believe I have it down here. 200 SMA at 24,662. Down there. My VWAP is not loading. There it is. 24,810. All right. Looks like we're gonna flush the pre-market high. ES 30 minute is above the VWAP, 100 MA, 200 SMA. Nvidia starting down 0.9%. Tesla starting up 1.5%. This is probably going to be the peak volatility this hour. Then it's going to surmise. Very low news week, coming off a high news week. Especially Monday, usually pretty low volatility. Good volatility for the first 30 minutes, hour. Then it pretty much is dead. Unless some news comes out. There is a press conference, etc., etc. Google flipping green to start. Amazon down 0.9%. Microsoft down 0.5%. Meta up 0.3%. ES is trying to pump. We're above the NQ 5-minute 20 EMA as well. Google flipping back red. Apple's up 1.8%. Netflix is down 0.2%. MicroStrategy down 3%. Palantir down 0.5%. GameStop up 0.3%. Costco down 0.8%. Alibaba up 0.85%. Avgo down 1%. AMD up 1.4%. QCOM up 0.5%. Adobe down 0.5%. The dollar is down 0.2%. The Dow is down 0.4%. And Russell 2000 is down 0.4% as well. We're about to flush the pre-market high. Also coincides with this pivot point, 24,876. Bitcoin trying to take up at least briefly, still negative 2%. Pre-market looks beautiful. Hope it does. Also does in the New York session. We'll see. What's up, Marshall? Morning, everyone. Let's get it. Absolutely. Todd said, boom, 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 bam. Trying to get funded again. Good morning and great training, y'all. Appreciate it, Todd. Boom, scalp. A boom, scalp. ES is flushing up. ES is waking up pretty hard. All right, Google is now up 0.25%. Apple's up 2.15%. Nvidia ticking up, but still down 0.6%. We'll see. Staying patient. Most likely going to flush this pre-market high. Flush the high market potentially as well. That's at 24,889. High market, all-time high for the NASDAQ futures. Pretty good trend line at around 25,000. 24,975. But it's probably going to liquidity sweep to 25,000. Very good trend line. It will be a pretty big resistance zone. ES falling down a little bit. Probably going to the VWAP. RSI is still above the MA. Relative strength index is above the MA inside of it. The Williams R 120 day is getting overbought. Still has room to go. 15-minute opening range closes in 10 minutes. I'd be very surprised, chat. Very surprised if we do not flush this pre-market high. I'd be very surprised. We're also about to fill the gap. Yesterday's close at 24,000. This purple dash line up here, 24,866. About to flush it. 16 points away. ES is a little further, so probably a little bullish. Half hour, 45 minutes, unless the ES rejects the VWAP. If the ES rejects the VWAP and 30-minute comes back down the VWAP, who knows? At that point, volatility will have definitely subsided a lot. Hamas to ask Trump for a 60-day ceasefire. That comes from Fox News. Fitch rating, Intel's rating unaffected by Nvidia partnership announcement. Fed Williams is speaking in 10 minutes as well. Chris, do you use NQ1 on TradingView or the contract itself? NQ1 exclamation point. The NASDAQ 100 E-mini futures. NQ1 exclamation point on TradingView. ES having the VWAP. So above that pivot point to the downside, 24,826. Check for Trump tweet. I'd be very surprised if we don't flush that high. ES getting a bounce off the VWAP. Nvidia trying to come up. Google flipping red. Palantir down 1%. MicroStrategy down 3.8%. Christopher, I touched my private target, so soon. Goodbye, bro. Peace, Saeed. Appreciate you. Good job. Good trading. Morning, everyone. Let's get it. Staying patient. No reason to FOMO. No reason to overtrade. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. Only the next one. ES is starting to look weak. NQ5 main candle looks bullish. Video trying to drop though. Bitcoin coming down a bit. We're probably going to liquidity sweep up. Nvidia coming out pretty hard. Still down 0.5%, but coming up. 7 minutes till the 15-minute opening range is closed. ES 1 minute relative strength index is trying to get below that main inside of it. So if it does that, it's going to be a little bearish. Still above the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA though. Volume weighted average price, 200-day simple moving average, and 100-day moving average. Nvidia right back down to 0.8% down. Tesla's climbing up pretty nice. Apple's holding strong at 2.2% up on the day. Bitcoin falling lower. Saeed in and out like a bank robbery, pretty much. If you guys haven't already, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. We are live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST trading the market, so make sure you turn on your post notifications. You want to be notified when we are live. ES about to reject the VWAP. Tapping that pivot point, 24,826, about to. Cross. The VWAP's at 24,814. Go up. ES rejected the VWAP for now, still above the 200 SMA 100 MA. Nvidia down 1.1%. Alright, let's look at the higher time frames right now. This is the NQ 1 hour. These are loading. Higher high, higher low. This could be a lower high, send it down to the 100 MA, 200 SMA. They're not loaded right now. There it is. 24,360. That's not that far-fetched. A little cool off of 500 points wouldn't be bad. Do I think so? No, I don't. Yeah, the day candle wants to cool down. Little bullish wick though. Might want to pop to this trend line, then come cool off a bit. We'll see. Alright, very bearish candle NQ 30 minute. Be very careful. Nvidia is trying to come up, but it's still very weak. Google down 0.5% as well. Palantir coming down. 15-minute opening range closes in 3 minutes. We're breaking below that trend line. ES trying to regain the VWAP. NQ 30 minutes still above the VWAP. Heads or tails? Heads. Turo says tails. Olati. We're bouncing from that pivot point. ES is reclaiming the VWAP, at least for now. Nvidia coming up slightly. Amazon is still down 1%. ES having a nice bounce. Will this create a lower high is the question. Will it flush the pre-market high? Pre-market high is that green line up there, right with the pivot point. 24,877. No weakness from the ES. See chap. I think it's gonna volatility sweep up. Trying to wait for confirmation. We are in a little uptrend. Little one. Roll this trend line. That. ES created a lower high. Hasn't rejected the VWAP just yet. Did create a lower high though. Higher high. Higher low. Lower high. If it holds on to the VWAP, we're still bullish. 1 minute till the 15-minute opening range is closed. Alright, Fed Williams is speaking. What's up, Matt? Heads, I would have got off tails. Would have kept going low. I don't know what to do now. Up a couple grand. Didn't know what I wanted to do. Always good to sit on your hands sometimes. Don't always have to be in a trade. ES is trying to go up and Q's trying to come down. I'm just gonna wait. Problem is, I think a lot of people want this to come down and are betting on it. So they're probably going to flush up. I'm going to be in with one. Up 45, up 50. I'm going to bet on a liquidity sweep up. Nvidia's climbing. Up 60. Could be wrong. And if this goes to the VWAP, I'll probably cut this. Might add the trendline VWAP. Maybe. I'd rather if it didn't, though. ES is trying to climb up. Nvidia's climbing. This has a chance. I think it'll do it. Also, 15-minute open range is closed. Up 30, up 50, up 70, up 80, up 90, up 100. One contract long. I'm going to take it right before. Up 110. 130. ES flushed high. Nvidia coming up. Want a little more swipe up. Little more swipe up. I don't know if it'll have it. That might be all it has. ES still has some bullishness. Let's see. Nvidia has to hold. Nvidia coming down. Down 50, down 80. ES coming down. Might be all it has. We still have not flushed the gap. Yes, Friday's close at 24,866. ES still trying to climb. Nvidia right back up. Up 100, 110. Looking for a sweep up. Fill that gap. Up 150, up 170, up 200. Come on, sweep up. Up 230. Sweep up. 10 more points. Might take it a little before. Go. Thank you, 5 man looks good. That is a new high. A little more sweep, please, sir. Me too. I want to see it lower. Yeah, I think a lot of people are betting on this coming down. That's why they're setting it up. All right, 6 more points. See if we get it. 260 up 270.
Order submitted.
Break even now. Taking that. Taking that at 350. Secured 330. Not bad. Pretty late entry too, but that's a swipe of the gap fill. Yesterday's gap fill right here. Friday, excuse me. Friday's gap fill right here. This purple line. It just tapped it. May want to swipe it, go to the high, which is at 24,890. May want to do that. Not bad though. 15 points. Something like that. I think we're going to get a liquidity sweep up. I'm not going to bet on it though. Everything's too weak to be playing around. We are above the 15-minute orb. 15-minute orb is this high right here. It's bouncing on it. If it rejects, I'll probably go short. It'll be a little riskier though because the RSI, relative strength index, for the ES 1 minute right here is above the MA. Also, ES above the VWAP, volume weighted average price, 200 SMA, 200 day simple moving average, and 100 MA, 100 day moving average. Also, the NQ 30 minute is above the VWAP and all those as well. Bitcoin is coming down. Nvidia barely holding, but coming up. Nvidia now only down 0.4%. Tesla up 3.15%. Google down 0.5%. Amazon still down 1%. Still a good trade. GG. Appreciate it, Marshall. Appreciate the follow, Scar. Appreciate you. If you guys have not already, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I am live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST trading the NASDAQ. ES flushing up. It's probably going to liquidity sweep to the higher. I'd be very surprised if it didn't. Very surprised. So far, a V-shaped recovery from both NQ and ES. So looking good. ES not even close to the gap. ES is not even close to the gap, chat. Gap right here. Friday's close at 6,722. Not even close. Has a long ways to go. NQ is touching the gap as we speak. NQ has a ways to go. That was a risky long to take. If you see here the price, if you just look at price action to take your trades. So this was a higher high, higher low, and then this created a lower high, and I entered on the second candle after that, the first candle after that lower high, and I entered long after seeing bullish momentum and Nvidia coming up. But the main census from that trade was everyone was betting on this coming down. So what did they do? Sent it up. Going against herd. U.S. stocks are set to pull back from all-time highs as traders search for new catalysts to drive market, etc., etc. A lot of people wanted this to come down, so I went against the herd and secured 15 to 20 points, whatever it was, 18, 16, 15. ES starting to look weak. How are you guys doing, chat? How are you guys doing? We are 50 subscribers away from 7,500. You are no sheep, brother? Absolutely. Took a long time to go against herd and build a mindset, but we're here. Let me switch accounts. This is going to be a little risky of a trade. Mainly because the NQ already flushed the gap. ES still has a long ways to go. There it is. About to tap the pre-market high, 24,876. That pivot point as well. I want a liquidity sweep above it. I would love if it tapped 24,890. I would get in short there. The faster it does it, the better. Liquidity sweep up. But you have to know ES is bullish, NQ is bullish. Everything's coming up. Bitcoin's starting to come up. So short, it might take a couple legs up. There it is, liquidity sweep of the pre-market high. I wanted to go up 10 more points. May not do it, may miss it, it's fine. How's the Discord, by the way? Haven't messed with it at all. I worked on the simulator this week. Simulator's pretty close. I'm gonna work on it after stream today and throughout the week. And if we get close, I have a goal in mind, and it is very close. But just gotta see a lot still needs executed, but it's coming together. It's coming together pretty nicely. It's only gonna be beta 1, and then beta 2. I already have phases and stuff to products to launch in it. Flush pre-market high. Expected to go higher. Pulled back before. All good. All good, all good, all good. Trying to come down. Problem is, chat, NQ filled the gap, so the ES is likely going to want to do it as well. So probably 1 or 2 legs up. ES has to go up 5 points. The S&P 500 futures. Doesn't have to, but the pattern is NQ does it, ES does it. They like to follow each other. So if the ES V-shape recovers early, NQ doesn't. NQ loves to do it. It doesn't have to. It should. It doesn't have to. Is it probable? Yes. Patterns are patterns, but it does not have to follow it. Some crazy news comes out. You never know. Nothing is guaranteed. Fed Muslim is speaking as well in 3 minutes. Morning, Norman. Same coming, absolutely. I'm not gonna I notch back talking about it and showing it on screen, but soon. Once I like where it's at, and I'm getting there. We'll see where it's at on Wednesday. Possibly next week. Possibly. Not gonna say anything more, but possibly. There is potential. Alright, this is likely gonna liquidate. Will you ever copy trade? Probably. But it'd only be to test it because I've never done it. But the setups and the trading would be different. I would not trade them normally. I would have to make a new strategy. Only trade like A and B setups. Just setups I'm really sure of. I want to see this create a lower high. A lower high. Stop at that pivot point or a little before if possible. If not, the ES is going to flush the gap just like the NQ has. Friday's gap fill and close. And we'll probably end at 24,890. Maybe flush a little above that. That's the high of market. Friday's market high and the all-time high for the NASDAQ futures at 24,890. So maybe we'll flush that a little bit, then have a pullback, come back to it. It already came back to the 15-minute orb. That's what it was tapping right here and didn't let go, so it's still bullish. Very careful. We are still trending up. Nvidia's trying to edge down. Bitcoin's coming up. Might be more bullish than even I expect. There may be a lot of players betting on this coming down. They want to liquidate. They want to liquidate everyone going short. Could be a straight up action. I'm only expecting volatility to stay here for the next 30 minutes. ATR average true range is at 13. Nothing crazy. Volatility is still not even that crazy. The VIX volatility index is at 15.93. Up 3% for today. Nothing crazy. Tap that pivot point again. That's a lower high. ES is pulling back. I'll take one short. We'll see. If the ES starts rounding up, I'm going to be out quick. Up 20 or 15. Only reason I'm taking it is because ES is waterfalling. Up 5. Down 60, down 50. One contract short. ES straight back up. Nvidia coming down. Could be one leg up, then go. Remember, I wanted to start at 24,890. A little early start. And Q30 does want to come down. We'll see. Down 150. I'm gonna hold. I'll add once it gets to 24,890. Gonna be a little risky, but ES starting to raise up. If the video starts pumping, I'm gonna have to cut it. Still a lower high. Can't get above that pivot point for now. Volatility is spiking up a little bit. The percentages are going pretty crazy. ES trying to flush down. Down 150. We could liquidity sweep up. Video starting to edge up. I'm cutting it. Is what it is. Down to 25 on that account. We'll still trade this. ES climbing up. Got above that pivot point. Liquidity swept up. If it loses that pivot point, I'll be in again. It didn't quite flush the high. All-time high of the market. Didn't quite get it. Probably one more leg up. Did tap the high of that trend line. ES trying to come up. That quick. ES was flushing down. Straight back up. There is some downside momentum, but Nvidia is starting to tick up. Tesla's now up 4%. Google coming up. Now only down 0.25%. It's gonna impulsively burst up, pretty much. That's exactly what it did. Call good intuition. Can you maybe explain the VIX? It's the percentage of the NQ volatility compared to the day before? Question mark. I just know it as volatility index. I just gauge it. If it's up, I gauge the volatility. I mean, I can kind of read the candles by now, but I just gauge the ATR. ATR is at 13. The VIX is up 3%, but only at 15.9. It's nothing crazy. Just look at it and gauge, get a little indication of where everything's at. But I have no idea how it's calculated, the VIX. We could look though. How's the VIX calculated in the stock market? Let's see. Is a measure of the expected stock market volatility for the next 30 days. It is based on the implied volatility of the S&P 500. Option prices, the VIX index is the main benchmark for U.S. stock market volatility and investor sentiment. Real-time market index, so 30-day forward-looking volatility, often called the fear gauge, that measures potential market uncertainty and investor sentiment. Fed Muslim is speaking. Next news on the docket is in 1 hour and 25 minutes. 11:30 a.m. U.S. 6-month bill, 3-month bill. That is a higher high. Hasn't let go of that pivot point. ES still wants to pump up. ES wants to fill this gap. I don't know if it has the bull cards to make it. Trying to pump. If we can get there. We can get there. It's calculated from the 30-day close to money call and put options on SPY. All right, wait. Present file for SSI. Okay. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. So far, it's bouncing. ES close to filling gap. Didn't quite get there. Bitcoin coming up. ES trying to pull back before the gap. At this point, I think it's going to tap it. It's literally 1 point away. There's too many people betting on this coming down. After all the Fed rate cut hype, Fed cutting a 1/4 point. After all that, too many people are betting on this coming down too early. They are ripping it up. Bearish wicks, but I think we have one more leg up. Yes, it is looking weak. Nvidia coming down. Could pull back right before. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Do you think the ES is going to flush up, chat? Flush up to the gap fill just like the NQ did? Friday's close at 6,722. What do you think, chat? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no, chat? Are we going to flush up to the gap fill? Have one more leg up on NQ. It's kind of looking like it wants to break that trend line. Trying to bounce off it. Trend line at 24,876. A lot of people thought this was coming down. 60% on the regular YouTube stream said it was coming up. 40% said it was coming down. 52% said down on the YouTube short stream. 48% said up. Breaking that trend line. Would have liked to be an end, but may get it on the lower high. See if we can do it. No missed opportunities, only the next one. No fear of missing out, no FOMO. You so-called missed this opportunity, there are plenty more to come. Plenty. U.S. official copy of algorithm will be brought to U.S. group. Algorithm will be operated by a U.S. entity. I suppose they're talking about TikTok. Senior White House officials, executive order will declare a TikTok sale deal meets 2024 law requirements. Trump will extend TikTok pause additional 20 days. Hundreds of billions of dollars of economic activity over the next 5 years. ES having a little pullback, NQ having a little pullback. About to tap that trend line. 15-minute top orb as well. 30-minute very weak. I want to see it bounce, it come up, create a lower high, then I'll get in. At that point, though, it may just flush the gap fill. Still has potential. ES still only 2 points away. Breaking outside the trend line could just be a wick. That is a lower low, though. Very bearish LIQUIDITY 5-minute. Nvidia coming down. The NQ 30-minute VWAP is at 24,835. Falling below that trend line. Still could be a wick. Need to wait for the next candle. 50 seconds. He has fallen pretty hard. It's still above the VWAP. 100 MA, 200 SMA. NQ 30-minute candle does look bearish. NQ 5-minute candle does look bearish, but this could very easily reverse. Just noticed we are wearing the same shirt. Hey. No missed opportunities. Merch. Appreciate it, Marshall. Yeah, try to bounce. Senior White House official TikTok consortium will be U.S. global investors, and ByteDance will hold less than 20% of U.S. TikTok. It has not fallen below that trend line just yet. Could do so now. See. Having a hard time rejecting that trend line. ES is trying to come down. It has the potential for a trend shift. Was uptrending, it can start downtrending very fast. Rejecting that trend line, still could be a wick, but the ES is coming down. Trying to wait to see if it wants to pump up, create a lower high here. I mean, technically this is a lower high, but I want it to pump up a little bit. Maybe like 10, 20 points, then go. Trying to bounce, tapping the trend line again. ES starting to pump. See that fast, very bearish to very bullish, that fast. Bitcoin coming up. If it gets above that pivot point, we are still in bullish territory. If it rejects out that pivot point or below, we're coming down. Where are you from, bro? Rizkeek. Riz. I'm gonna call you Riz. Riz, I'm from the United States of America. Have a sell open 3 cons at 886. Low liquidity sweep above that pivot point, come down. Not bad. Only thing making me a little hesitant here is the ES needs to fill that gap. Doesn't have to. ES still has not filled the gap at 6,722. Tapping that pivot point as we speak, 24,876. Alright, flushing up. That's a lower low. See. Trying to break above that pivot point. Could not get below the top 15-minute order, by the way. It tapped it, bounce, bounce, bounce. Could not break it. So we are bullish. Could not break that trend line either. And 30-minute candle looks a little more bullish. 5-minute looks all right. High of day, high of market, all-time high for the Nasdaq futures at 24,888. Good morning, Isaiah. Morning, morning, morning. I'm gonna be in with one. The stop's gonna be at this high.
Order submitted.
We'll see. ES trying to flush down. Nvidia coming with it. We'll see. Doesn't have to work. That's why I put a stop, because this can easily flip up. Easily. I'm not gonna be there for it. Up 40, up 45. Needs to break through that trend line as well. Currently rejecting the pivot point. High at pre-market. I want this to fall down to the ES VWAP. And the Nasdaq VWAP as well. Nvidia falling down. This can still continue up. This does not have to continue to fall. Also, might have one more leg up, then go. That would be classic. One more leg up. ES flushes the gap. If that's the case, we'll be stopped out of this trade and I'll rejoin. Get a little bullish. We'll see. Trying to break above that pivot point. ES trying to bounce, create a higher low. Nvidia is still weak. 30 minute looking better. Probably about to be stopped out. Down 150, down 160, one contract short. ES waking up, about to fill the gap. I'm leaving stop right where it is. Down 170, down 180. We'll see, chat. We'll see. Down 200, down 225, about to be stopped out. Down 230, about to flush high, about to be stopped out. ES pumping up. Oh, let's see.
Order filled.
And ooh, I added one accidentally. We're in it now. It was too short. Oh, I had the wrong limit order out. Rookie mistake, rookie mistake. Not gonna panic though. Down 360. I'm gonna wait until the ES flushes the gap, then I'll answer with more. Not a big deal. Did not mean to do that though. Should have been stopped out. Bitcoin is starting to fall. Who knows? Everything happens for a reason. Maybe good. Nvidia is coming down. Now down 0.9%. See, that's a higher high. I'm gonna wait until the ES flushes the gap. Put a little risk on. Flush. The 15 minute looks like a rock hard. Remember, this could want to pump all the way to 25,000. We're only 115 points away. 25,000 is very big resistance. It may want to pop it. Down 140, down 160, down 130. Has to break below that pivot point and trend line. You could be battling for a while here. NQ5 minute looks bullish. ES looks bullish. Nvidia does not look bullish. Bitcoin coming down. And that matters because Bitcoin and the ES love to mirror each other. Not always. Down 140, down 180. Down 5 points. ES still has not flushed the gap. One more leg up. Down 400, 2 contracts short. ES about to flush the gap, 1 point away. So I hit 24,900. Hopefully we get a pullback after this. If not, this count is going to be hurting. Video starting to come up. Google is 0.1% down. Close to flipping green. Down 9 points. He is having a little pullback. I do not like that. I'd rather just flush the pivot point. Flush the gap fill. A Friday's close and be done with it. The more it messes around here, the more bullish momentum it has. Coil up, send it hard. We are against it. Bitcoin starting to tick up, Nvidia starting to tick up, ES now bouncing, about to fill the gap. Come on, fill the gap, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Fill it, fill it, fill it. Fill it or go down. To your home. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. And the Bulls and Bears are battling. Battling pretty hard. Fear and Greed Index for the stock market at 61 out of 100 greed. Crypto Fear and Greed Index at 45 out of 100 neutral. Neutral. Should bounce up. ES should fill the gap. If not, wouldn't mind. That's what it should do. Talking about that gap fill for a while now. ES now making a move for it. ES is making a move. Down 400, down 420, 2 contracts short. About to hit it. And gap fill flush. Very nice. Down 500. Now will we get the move? Move down, please, sir. Down 550, it's contract short. Everything's rounding up. I'm gonna be patient and wait to add. Down 11 points. Nvidia started to take down. ES is climbing. Not always good. Down 600. Google trying to flip green. Hopefully not. Yeah, me too. This could just be a grind up all day. We don't get a pullback here. It is not looking good. Trying to see if it wants to go to the high of that trend line. I don't think so, but down 14 points. Bitcoin coming up. Just gonna be patient. ES still has bullish momentum. Might fool around a little bit. Bitcoin coming up pretty hard. Probably going to that trend line. By the way, you are not a hostage of your trading. I could very easily cut this for a $700 loss and have this count for another day. But I'm gonna risk it. ES pumping hard, about to touch that trend line. I'll add at that trend line. Maybe a little before. Google still has not turned green. Down 20 points. We're only in with 2. Nvidia trying to come down. Google coming up. ES may take one more leg. $10-point pullback so far. Gonna stay very patient. Very patient. ES flushing down. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. All hindsight. That could have very easily pumped to the trend line. Still could. ES is above the gap fill. Trying to come up. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Added right there. We've been out with like 3 points, 4 points. It has potential to flush all the way down to that VWAP though, which is 50 points down. Mind him. Stay very still, very patient. No reason to overtrade, no reason for FOMO. Down 480, down 440. ES has one more leg in it. Might continue up the entire day. This could be a very rare day where it just goes up. Do I think so? No, I do not. But also should have pulled back a little before, but did not. There's a little weakness every now and then. But if it continues up, you go very easily to that 24,970 area, the 25,000. That resistance. ES is starting to look like it wants to come down. We need Nvidia to start propping down. We need Bitcoin is coming down a bit. All right, he said. Down 600, down 7. We need Nvidia prop down. Market Masters, are you looking for a short or long? We've been playing around with a little bit of everything. The last 2 trades, including this one, have been shorts. Little against trend. Playing the extremes a little bit. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Willing to accept the risk if I am wrong, which is this count gone. ES create a higher high. Bitcoin falling. One more leg up. Hopefully. If not, then this will continue up to the trend line. Do I think so? No. But so far, I'm wrong. Last 2 trades have been wrong. Watching for a lower high. I think it's going to flush it though. Yes, it's pretty strong. What's the main time frame you use for entering and exit trades? The one you see and the one I trade on, execute on, is the NQ2 minute. I have the NQ5 to the right, NQ30 minute to the left, ES 1 minute to the left. Flush high, down 1,000. ES still pumping up. Video pumping up. Google close flipping green. I'm gonna be very stubborn here. Google flipping green. We are against trend. Bitcoin falling pretty hard. All right. Let's not go too crazy. And patient.
Order fell.
Adding some. It was 8. Added 6. Needs to flush down. If not, this count will be gone. Could have been too early, but Bitcoin flushing hard. Google did flip red, now back green. We need Google to flip down and Nvidia prop down as well. Down 800, down 9. Now we're only 4 points down. And ES looks like it wants to come down. We'll see. At this point, I'll probably take 6 off and leave 2 to run. If it pops down, Google is coming up. Low higher risk trade, willing below the count is what it is. Down 500, down 400, 8 contracts short. Bitcoin's coming down pretty hard, so this has a chance. We need Google to flip red, back red, and we need Nvidia prop down. That's what we need. Palantir is edging down. ES is pulling back. Has a short. ES relative strength index is below that main side of it. Now back up. Pull, pull, pull. No more legs up. I want it to drop. Trying to go. Down 1,000, down 1,100. NQ30 minute could do a pullback. ES back to bullish. NQ5 minute still looks bullish. Google close to flipping red. Google flipping red. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Pull, baby, pull. Trying to pump. It's pumping up, down 14, down 16. Points falling pretty hard though. Down 10 points. ES trying to take one more leg up. Do not want that, but it seems to be happening. Down 19, down 2,000. 8 contracts short. Adding short with another account too. We're gonna manage both of these. A little higher value. Start with 2 because it could go to that trend line. Well aware. Down 26, down 3. Down 18 points, down 3,000, 1,000 away from blowing the account. We're down 250 in that other account. I'd be very surprised if a pullback is coming. If this just goes straight up to that trend line, man, a lot of people are betting against this, including myself. Doesn't have to, but there should be a pullback. This count may be gone, I'm well aware. $24,846 is the VWAP. I can't add any more of this count, but while we have the other, trying to give it maximum room because the pullback could be 50 points, 30 points. I added on that second account so I can get out with this highly leveraged one and long-term trade that second account if it can come down. We'll see. Google back green, Nvidia pumping up. Liquidity sweeping up. I'm not going to add on that second account until it's a trend line. Down 3,000, down 3,100, 8 contract short. Down 300 in the other account, 2 contract short. If you guys are new here, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. Hit the notification bell as well. 1,000 away from blowing. Risky, risky. Risky, risky. Down 22 points. This count's lightly gone. That's why I start the other. Alright, Google back red. Could be saved by the gods here. This count should have been gone. Could be saved by the gods. Man, they do not want to pull this down. They want no pullbacks. It's crazy. Nvidia just edging up. Google back green. Palantir is even taking up. MicroStrategy's taking up. Well, I think the herd is about to get us. 500 away from blowing this count. When against herd, it usually works. I think they're about to get us. In this count, probably not only second. A pretty bad day if they get us on the second. Nvidia trying to come up. Come on, pull. Oh boy, trading without stop loss hurts. It is what it is, Malad. Funny thing is, this trade was supposed to have a stop loss, but rookie mistake added to it instead of getting out. Now we're full port. Be hilarious if this count got saved though. Giving it max room. Come on, round over. Down 35, down 36, down 37, 8 contract short. Pull back. Don't liquidity sweep up. 400 away from blowing this count. One liquidity sweep up and this count's gone. And it wants to do it too. Oh, has to go down 20 points before we even break even. I could take it a little before as well. Probably just gonna let it go. Could pull back to that pivot point. Still bullish momentum. ES starting to pull back. Market Masters, why are you going short? That is the question. Market's overextended. It should have pulled back once the gap fill got flushed. Now they're just wicking it up, not giving it back. NQ flushed the gap. ES flushed the gap. There should be a pullback briefly before that. Pull back a little bit before the gap fill flush. Now it's just grinding up. Going against the herd. And the herd got me. Herd seems to have got me. We're 1,000 away from blowing. Also, we're very overextended. But I should not be in short here. I would have added that second account here anyway at the 24,000.
Order filled.
And that account's gone. Boom, boom, boom. We have this one now. I shouldn't have been in short there. I had to stop. And I added to it. And didn't get stopped down. Instead, I added one to it. Down 15 points on this. Will be the last account I go short in, though. I can tell you that. This chart is absolutely disgusting from the ES. Absolutely disgusting. Google flipping green.
Order
92 M4. It should have a pretty good pullback. So far, it's just straight grind up. Bitcoin coming down, Nvidia coming down, Google flipping red, Palantir coming down, MicroStrategy coming down, ES coming down, down 180, down 160. Down 40, down 200. We'll see. This is torture. Giannis. I guess I'm in a bit better entry. Let's see. Down 500. Not great. Not great at all. This should have pulled back by now. Down 700. The relative strength index is below the MA on the ES. But, I mean, you see what's happening. Trying to round over. Ay. Down 1100, 4 contracts short. I should have known. I should have known. I should have been more bullish. I knew everyone was betting on it coming down. I said that like 5 times earlier. Everyone's betting on it coming down. Everyone's betting on it coming down. And then what I do, go with the herd. Get my face ripped off. ES is trying to pull back.
Order filled.
Added 2 more. May want to go to that trend line. If it does, this cow will probably be blown. Google back green. Me too. Nobody knows. Nobody does know. Well, an indicator was... I mean, it should have pulled back, but the fact that it didn't, I should have been more bullish today. I knew everyone was betting against it, and then what do? I wait to bet against it, but I still bet against it. Should have just followed trend, and I did to start. But that was only a scalp. Oh, this should have pulled back 6 ways to Sunday. ES still going. This is gonna hurt. Is what it is. Has a chance, but the way it's ripping up. Down 400, down 500. Down 300, 6 contracts, short. Yes, finally trying to come down. Trying. Up 100, 130. Bearish wick on NQ 30 minute. NQ 5 minute looks good for a pullback. We'll see. We'll see.
Order submitted.
There we go. Come on. Come on. You've grinded up and held long enough. There are bearish wicks on NQ5 minute. ES is below the RSI. ES 1 minute RSI is below the MA. Google is flipped green. Nvidia is trying to come up. We are 33 minutes away from 11:30 news, US 6-month and 3-month bill. Down 9, down 1,000. No tweets from Trump. That TikTok deal is probably more bullish than I thought as well. Can this be a lower high and send us down? And this thing is overextended by 200 points. Ay, ay, ay. It's trying to create a lower high. We'll see. See if the bears can send us down. I don't think so. I mean, ES is just ripping. Trying to come down now, but bull momentum's too strong. Really gunning for that trend line. 24,972. Alright, so far that's a lower high. See if it comes to fruition. Nobody knows. Flush. Flush, flush, flush. Liquidity sweep up. Normal conditions, it would come down after this, but who knows right now? Who knows? Ripping my face off right now. It is ripping my face off. Absolutely brutal. Nvidia's starting to edge up too. Today. Gapper. Welcome back. Gapper says 6,761 incoming. See. All right. I've ate this long enough.
Order
I'm
submitted.
gonna put a stop right above this candle. It either starts tanking and starts pulling back, which it is starting to do. But that was extremely brutal. And if it taps that high again, I'm just gonna accept and bite a bullet. This count will still have around half the drawdown, a little less. But at a certain point, I mean, this is up 200 plus points without a pullback. It isn't that abnormal, but yeah, starting to pull back. Google flipping red. The 5-minute looking bearish. Down 900, down 800. 6 contract short. So far, a pullback of 15 points. Down 100. We'll see. The NQ 30-minute looks bearish. We'll see. Up 40. Needs to break through that trend line. 20 may fall to the NQ 5-minute 20 may as well at 24,881. Up 100, up 200. Come on, waterfall. Where art thou, waterfall? Let's go. Let's go. Get to 24,890. Stat. Google coming down pretty hard. Palantir coming down pretty hard. Alright, up 400. This count. Who knows? We might make back that loss. This is a higher value count. We'll see. The bullish momentum's still here. Could get stopped out, which would suck a lot. Gonna let it play out. ES is already trying to bounce. Below the RSI. I mean, MA inside the RSI. Relative strength index looking a little weak. Flames are 120 day is overextended. We are coiling down. That should be the top, but my luck will get stopped down. Then it'll go. A 500 about the top of the trend line. It is a lower low. Support building. Yep. Oh, break through the trend line. Let's go. Yes, looks like it has another leg lower at least. A 500. So far, pullback of 20 points. 25 points. After a 200 point rip. Be brutal if it didn't go lower. Palantir taking lower, MicroStrategy taking lower, Google taking lower, Nvidia taking lower. Should come lower. 30-minute could pump. Go to your home. Go to your home. Go to the 890s, please, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Nvidia is starting to pump up. We'll see, chat. We'll see. Down 800, down 7. We're either going to be stopped out or we're just going to have to hold this a little longer. We've been this patient, might as well continue. We've been in this trade for almost an hour. One account gone, now this. We'll see. ES is trying to come down. That would be a lower high. It needs to break through that trend line to the downside. Google is coming down. Nvidia is starting to come down. This has legs. Trend could be being built. Risk is on. We are stopped out. I will be done training for a little bit. Probably a half hour, just cool off. We'll chill out, probably watch something. Get away from the charts for a bit. Because this should prop down. ES is trying to pull back. It should come down, but all the shoulds today have not worked out. I should have really known it was more bullish. A lot of people were betting. I saw that all over Twitter. We're at all-time highs, especially after the rate cut. I knew everyone was going to be a little just fear-mongering, bearish. Should have went against it. By now, though, all of them shorts should have been liquidated, so they should come down pretty nicely. Up 300, tapping that trend line. We want to see a break of this trend line. Very nice. Up 6, up 7. Now I'm moving stop down to this high. Limit the loss a little bit more. Up 700, 6 contract short. We have a 4 contract take profit at 24,890. That should be very easily doable. Very easily doable. It's only 20 points away. But nothing about this trade has been easy, so I'm expecting a fight. We've held for this long, up 900, up 1,000. We're going to get a pretty good payout and make up. We're either going to be stopped out, this is going to be a very good payout. Make up for that eval. What's up, Doctor? Appreciate it, Doctor. You guys are enjoying this chaos. This market has been brutal. Going against the herd, actually going with herd today was a giant mistake. Should have did a little more market prep before stream. I woke up and just started. I woke up a little earlier. I was up late working on the simulator, but no excuses. Should have at least prepped for an hour before market. Is what it is. Still should be good. Could be good. If you guys are enjoying all this, please smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. trading the market. I thought about going live early today as well, but decided to get some sleep. Got some liquidity on the exchanges, dude. I'm feared to trade today. I did not expect this type of action on Monday today. Did not expect it. Not at all. Usually after a high news week, FOMC week like yesterday, we got the rate cut. Usually this Monday is a cool off period. And just consolidation, low volatility. Volatility is low, but definitely not a consolidation cool off. Be nice if the ES could prop down to that 100 MA. Anki 30 minute looking very bearish. Yes, looks like it's about to pump. Come on, waterfall, waterfall, waterfall. Where art thou, waterfall? Let's go. So far, it's pulled back 25 points. High market, all-time high for the NASDAQ futures at 24,937. Bitcoin coming lower. Nvidia coming lower. Very nice. Up 800, up 850, up 9. Up 6. 6 contracts short. But you are doing good. Keep it up. Not today, David. One eval gone. This is a higher value account. Looking to get a payout to make up for it. Should be able to get it. I'm debating whether or not to go full risk. That stop should be good. This market's a little bit weird today, though. Not reading it well. Sure, we are looking for the bottom. That would be nice. Needs to break above that fib. 23.6 fib. Going it up. Oh, break it. Already broke that trend line. Very nice. Break it, break it, break it. Flush. Up 12, up 13. Very nice. I'm taking 2 off.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Limit 2.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
I'll break even stop. I'm actually in with 4.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Staying some profit. Giving it room, giving it room. Not that I want to, but I'm giving it room. Taking 2 more.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
I'm locking in a payout. Other 2 are break even. Need to make up for that loss. Wanted to hold 4, but it looks like it wants to pop. I'm gonna leave stop there. Get stopped out. We'll have a little payout. Make up for it. Or we get the whole shebang. Let's move this right there. Gabber said NQ might get a 903 tap. Let's try to bounce. Bitcoin coming down pretty hard. Nvidia coming down pretty hard. This should just waterfall down. Should. But my intuition's obviously not that good today. But we'll see. Should come down to the ES 100 MA at least. At least. We may get stopped out here. ES starting to pump up. I'm locking in. ES starting to go. So we locked in 1100, 1200. Not bad. Not bad. That'll make up for the eval and some. Couple evals last week. Terrible execution today, though. Terrible execution. Absolutely horrific. Horrific execution. Realize I was there. Very bad execution today. I'm not ecstatic at all. Even though we got a payout right there. Not good trading. Not good trading at all. Not even a little bit. Forgot, appreciate the file. Rosa, appreciate the file. Appreciate you guys. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, 10 Fed chair candidates will be interviewed by next week. Fed bids for 3-month bills total 3.4 billion. Fed bids for 6-month bill total 3 billion. U.S. ambassador to the UN. U.S. and allies will defend every inch of the NATO territory. News in 8 minutes. 11:30 a.m. in 8 minutes. U.S. 6-month to 3-month bill. Then at 12 p.m. we have Fed Marin speaking, Fed Hammock speaking, and Fed Barkin speaking. Then at 1 p.m. we have White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. What's up, trades? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or good lunch, good lunch. Good afternoon, good afternoon. It should continue to come down, but I'm not playing with it. That's why I got out. Glad I did too, because we would have been stopped out right there. Nice, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Could have went in with more risk, but I'm gonna lock in. Lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. Lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. EU's Foreign Minister Kallas said it is no accident that Russia violated European airspace 3 times. Nvidia coming down, metal flipping red. Let me get out of this count. Lower the order quantity, lower the risk. Let's go to... go to this one. Make sure you guys vote on the polls. Vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? Vote on the poll, finalize your votes. Finalize your votes, we'll be taking a look. And look in 1 minute. Turo said target 24,889. We'll see. Silver just hit $44 an ounce. You cannot deny the bullish momentum. Appreciate it, Turo. It should at least prop down to 24,890, but it does not want to. The ES is coiling up, and the NQ 30-minute chart looks starting to look pretty bullish. Still a bearish candle, but pretty bullish wick. And then you got the NQ chart just ripping up. In theory, what it should do is prop down at least to the ES 100 MA, prop down at least to the NQ 24,890, and then if it wants to continue up, go. One minute until US 3-month and 6-month bill. 1 minute. 1 minute out. High of day, high of market, all-time high for the Nasdaq futures at 24,937. ES is trying to come down, still in the consolidation coil. Coiling up, could be it going for another pump. Theoretically, what it should do is come down at least to this 100 MA, get close to it. If not, come back to the gap, then pump. What it's likely to do, but I'm not gonna bet on it today. Too much bullish momentum, and they obviously want to keep it up. That's what should happen. Alright, we just got news. US 6-month and 3-month bill. Shouldn't affect the markets that much, but might take a minute to come in. The ES is pumping. Bitcoin trying to come up. Nvidia currently down 0.7%. Tesla currently up 3.9%. Google's up. Google's down 0.5%. Amazon down 1%. Microsoft down 0.5%. Meta down 0.1%. Apple is up 4.2%, 420. Netflix is down 0.8%. MicroStrategy down MicroStrategy down 2.7%. Palantir down 1.6%. GameStop is up 4.5%. Right, GameStop. Costco down 1%. Alibaba up 1%. AVGO down 0.5%. AMD up 2.5%. QCOM up QCOM up 1.15%. Adobe is down 0.9%. Voyager Technologies, a newer IPO, is up 7.25%. Robinhood is down 0.5%. And crypto is currently, Bitcoin is down 2.2%. Ethereum is down 6%. Solana is down 6.3%. XRP is down 3.6%. And Doge is down 8% for the day. ES is coiling up. NQ30 minute trying to bounce. A little more bearish momentum on the NQ30 minute chart, just from what I see. Problem is the ES is still holding. ES is not really wicked down too much. John, long time no see, my friend. Appreciate you, John. Best of luck, man. Cheers. Hopefully you guys did well. Hopefully you did well today, John. Wish you all the best. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for constantly being here. Appreciate you. Have a great day. US 6-month bill. High yield came in at 3.705%. Previously, it was 3.715%. US 6-month bill bid to cover came in at 3.01. Previously, it was 3.09. US 3-month bill high yield 3.86. Previously, it was 3.90. So a little positive. The bid to cover, US 3-month bid to cover 3.33. Previously, it was 3.11. Low positive. Pretty much nothing burgers. Pretty much. Next news on the docket is at 12 p.m. Fed Mirren speaking, Fed Hammock speaking, and Fed Barkin speaking. That is in 25 minutes. John said, been trading in the sim to protect myself. Been absolutely killing it. Good stuff, John. Just remember that the sim, in my opinion, is only 60% the same of trading real money. Just be very careful. ES started flash down, NQ started flash down. My opinion, trading sim is only 60% of the real, because you get way too comfortable trading sim, and then once you actually put your money on the line, there's a different mindset and a lot of butterflies, especially in the beginning, that you need to overcome. A lot of trial and error, so just be very careful. Wish you all the best, John. And remember, nothing I say, guys, nothing I say or do is financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. Hold your own conviction. Nothing I say or do is financial advice. It's for entertainment, educational purposes only. Hold your own conviction. Don't overtrade. Don't FOMO. And there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities, chat. Only the next one. Constant opportunities coming and going. Constant. You just have to know where to look, and you have to just have to be curious enough to seek and be aware enough to find. Alfonso, hey, how are you doing? Long time not passing by. Appreciate it, Alfonso. Hopefully you're doing well. John said I've been using the mindset that I would get 20% of what I get in the sim, so that way I really have the to trade only A+ setups. Yeah, I mean, trading higher time frame definitely helps with that. Trading higher time frame than getting actually executing on a lower time frame, but having the mindset of the higher time frame definitely helps with that. Little less trades you'll take. I mean, the NQ 30 minutes fine to take trades from. 1 hour is a little better. By that point, you'll miss some points, 10, 20 points. ES is finally having to pull back to the 100 MA. Finally. They did not want to let that go. Finally about to hit the 100 MA. NQ 10 points away from that 24,890. We'll see. NQ 5 May at 20 May at 24,895. About to be tapped. Pretty much already did tap it. See if they want to pop here. Yeah, starting to bounce. Nvidia starting to come up. Let's see if Trump has tweeted anything. No. Still hasn't tweeted since the Charlie Kirk event yesterday. Still downtrending. That may stop very shortly. Alright, let's get the trend drawn. Top trend line, resistance trend line. There. And the support trend line. Let's go from this bottom. Here. There. Let's actually go from this to this. I like that better. Get rid of this. It did reclaim the 23.6 fib. See if it breaks it. Get a little break from the downside. Let's see where you guys are at. So on the YouTube short stream, 49 votes, 33% are profitable, 14% are negative, and 53% are learning. For the regular YouTube stream, 6 votes, 33% are profitable, 0% are negative, and 67% are learning. Where to from here? I think we're going up. I'm not 100% sure. Make sure you hold your own conviction, but ES does not want to fall. I think we could potentially hit 25,000 today. It'd be very, very, like, it shouldn't, but the way this price action is going, the way the ES is looking, I mean, what it should do is come down. The ES should hit the VWAP, NQ30 minutes should hit the VWAP, and then if it wants to bounce, it bounces. But the way this price action is going, the way the ES is coiling up and trying to bounce, I think we may just go to that 25,000. It'd be very surprising, but the way this price action is going, what to see. For that to happen, Nvidia needs to flip green, or at least close to it. Google needs to flip back green. Palantir needs to start coming up. MicroStrategy needs to start coming up, and Bitcoin needs to start coming up. And right now, Bitcoin's falling. ES is trying to come down, still in this consolidation range. Slow grind down, but this might flip any second. May wick down, liquidity sweep to that 100 MA. Liquidity sweep to this 100 MA right here, then get a bounce. But what it should do, ES should tap the VWAP to our SMA. NQ30 minutes should tap the VWAP as well. So far, we've bounced off the NQ5 minute 20 MA. 21 day exponential moving average. We bounced off it on the NQ5 minute chart. Nvidia is propping up. Bitcoin's coming down. You gotta also realize that we might just consolidate. I did not expect all this upward momentum for the past 2 hours. Did not expect it. And after all the news last week, FOMC, the interest rate cut by Jerome Powell and the Fed, I did not expect today to be as volatile as it already has been. It lasted an hour more than I expected. So it does not have to continue. It can start consolidating. Just low volatility consolidation, slow grind up, slow grind down. Just consolidate. ATR is falling. Average range is at 9.56, which is a volatility indicator. The VIX volatility index is at 15.86, up 2.6%. The Dow Jones flipped green. The Russell 2000 flipped green. ES is trying to pump up. NQ's trying to go tapping the 20 MA on the NQ2 minute chart. We're gonna climb. I'm going to be watching that NQ5 minute chart very closely. See if it rejects that 21 EMA or not. ES looks like it's going to flush down to the 100 MA. Let's see how it reacts. Latvia invites Japan into coalition supporting Ukraine drones. They could be manipulating the longs in, by the way. The more they do this, the more I think that's what's happening. The ES is flushing down, tapping the 100 MA. This is very crucial, very important. What it does at this tap, if it rejects here, likely going to this gap fill, VWAP to our SMA. To our SMA is rounding up, by the way. RSI coming down, about to be an oversold. Williams R coming down. So in theory, what this should do, come down, at least tap here, tap the VWAP, then bounce. But the way the market's acting, it just tapped the 100 MA. A little before, but it tapped it. It could prop here. I have to see. If the NQ5 MA rejects the 20 MA, then we're coming down. If it's ES rejects 100 MA, we're likely coming down. Don't have to, but likely. Starting to get some bullish wicks off the NQ 30 minute. Starting to get the sense that they're just manipulating the longs in. And they're going to continue to send us down, just very slow. That is technically a lower high if they stop there. ES trying to prop up the 100 MA. About to tap that trend line as well. Pretty bullish wick on NQ 30 minute. I don't fully believe it, but the way the price action has been, it could. Very well could. Trying to stay patient. No FOMO, no retrading. ES having a pretty nice bounce on the 100 MA. Nothing crazy, but pretty nice. Look at this NQ as well. These wicks. Pretty bullish. Might just consolidate from here. Have to see. ES may reject this 100 MA. In that case, it'll be more bearish. We are downtrending. Are still downtrending. It is still in a downtrend. Just rejected that trend line. ES tapped the 100 MA again. NQ 5 minutes still above the 20 MA. Yes, rejected 100 MA. Trying to come below it. Trying to reclaim. Tapping it, tapping it, tapping it. Trying to fall. Vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll, chat. Up or down, up or down. Do you think the ES will hold and reclaim this 100 MA? It's kind of doing it right now. Or will the ES fall below? Also, the NQ5 minutes 20 EMA held. Will we break through this trend line? Will we not? You guys think up or down? Is it coming up or down? Let's move this out of the way for now. May get a break of this trend line. Still downtrending, still in a downtrend. Fed Mirren is speaking. We're 6 minutes away from Fed Mirren, Fed Hammock, and Fed Barkin speaking. Could be a little volatility. ES is still holding on to that 100 MA for now. Thank you, 30 minutes, starting to round up. Trying. Williams R 120 day is very overextended though. Trying to break outside of that trend line. See. $5.5 minutes. Gapper, what does that mean? Gapper said 5.5 minutes. What for what for what? What are you predicting? What does the crystal ball say, Gapper? Crystal ball, crystal ball. What does it say, Gap? ES falling below 100 MA. Nvidia taken down. Alright. We may be living in an alright chart now. Should fall to this VWAP, the gap fill. About 8 points lower, 10 points lower. The NQ may fall back down to this VWAP. 24,864. Maybe just this pivot point. 24,876. What's up, Ahmad? Good afternoon, good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Ahmad. Ahmad. That short squeeze for silver is looking very good, by the way. Silver's at $44 an ounce. Still coming up. Will my prediction for the top of silver be correct at $52 an ounce? Let's see. Did you take that long when it went up? I scalped along early. Right here. I loaned right here. Back in here. I had this long scalp early for 20 points. 18. Yes, we're trying to get above the 100 May. Nvidia trying to tick up. We're trying to break outside of this trend line. I did blow one account, but we got to pay out with another one. We're up 1,200 in that one, so it'll be... We'll make up for the losses of last week and this week. We had like 2 to 3 account blows in total. This one included. That'll be a little profit on top of that. Most likely we're going to have to go down at some point during the end of the day. You would think they could do it in post or pre-market though. And they could just continue up. This trend line's serious. Let me zoom out. Show you guys this trend line. Let's zoom out even more. I'll show it from the weekly chart. So right here, this is the NASDAQ 100 E-mini futures on the 1 week time frame. Touch point of this trend line, touch point of this trend line, touch point of the trend line. Kind of. It really has not tapped it. It may look like it tapped it, but it really has not. The actual touch point is at like 24,955 to 25,000 for the actual touch point. Even though now that I see this isn't even lined up. Hold on. It might have actually tapped it already. Alright, that's correct. The wick goes up. Alright, so it has tapped it. Right here. At 24,886. But it's still falling below. If we break above this trend line and holds, man, we're going to the moon. I mean, this is a very significant trend line. Very significant. The bottom portion of it broke when Trump released the tariffs. Didn't quite get to this trend line down here. This purple one. Didn't quite get there, but... And then we have the purple trend line up top. And that comes from way back here. So back here. Touch, touch, touch. That's that purple trend line going up here. It's hard to see. Let me like that. So touch point, touch point, touch point. Didn't quite get it on the Trump tariffs. Didn't quite get it. It would have to go down to 14,500. It only went down to 16,400 at the low of Trump tariffs. But the high right here, this trend line is pretty crucial. In the short term, though, this trend line's more valid. Short term, this red one. There's a lot of stuff on this chart, but probably right here would be nice. Probably scale up. Actually, may hit it in November, December. Go up here. That would be insane, though. I doubt it. Probably gonna take a couple years. Maybe by next year, it'll hit this. Maybe. I mean, really, this should cool off, guys. This really needs to cool off and go back to this high. Cool off by like 2,000, points. Problem is, I don't think it will. There's going to be more Fed rate cuts, possibly next month, possibly in November, possibly in December. They hinted towards 2 more, so that would just keep the great melt up going up. But I mean, eventually we'll hit those. Just a matter of when. Mark JS said, as an experienced trader, have you ever worked with prop firms that let you bypass evals and go straight to sim funded accounts? I know Tradeify does that and a couple others. I personally never skip to a funded account. I am experimenting with another prop firm as we speak right now. And if I like it, then I'll start talking about it. But I don't run affiliate codes. May in the future, it's not limited, but right now I don't run it. I'd rather just promote my own products. Even though it's kind of dumb not to, but for now, I do not use any affiliate codes, and I only I don't like saying prop firms, but I use TPT. But I don't like saying and shilling other people's stuff. It's a decent product though. Definitely number 1. But I am testing one more and may add another into the rotation soon. We're starting to round up. Broke out of the trend line. Nvidia actually turned green. Nvidia's up 0.3%. All this bullish market makes no sense whatsoever. At some point we will go down, most likely during the week. NQ short. Correction evals. No, I'm not affiliated with any prop firms. I'm not partnered with any prop firms. No prop firms give me free evals, etc., etc. Not yet. Possibly in the future. Never know. How's the simulation program that you've been working on going so far? Very good. Very good progress was made on the simulator over this weekend. We are very close. I'm not going to show it just yet. I want to launch it properly, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Possibly next week, but I may take another week just to launch it correctly. Line up videos, market it correctly, get posts made, and just really like try and launch it correctly. It'll probably just take time and slowly add users to it, just like everything else. Slow grind. But very good, very good progress was made. I'm actually very satisfied with it. Soon. Actually soon. Couple weeks maximum. I set a timeline of about a month and a half to 3 months, and that was around a month and a half ago. So I technically still have a month and a half, but I think it'll be released before then. I could give some updates to the insiders, the YouTube members. I may post a little post. Little updates soon. Alright, let's remove this. For all this. It's starting an uptrend. Trying to break out of that downtrend. High day, high market, all-time highs at 24,937. Nvidia is ripping to the moon. I have a feeling OpenAI and Nvidia report partnership to deploy 10 gigawatts of Nvidia systems. Nvidia intends to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI. Pretty big. That is why we are ripping up. Ripping up hard. Alright, shorts are out of the question. It looks like we will be heading towards that trend line. We will be tapping it. Probably hit 25,000 off that news. We're only 70 points away. Very bullish, guys. Be very careful. Very careful if you're in short. Would love to try it. Can't wait to see it. Appreciate it, mod. It's probably gonna rip to the live day. I'd be very surprised. OpenAI Nvidia strategic partnership press release. I'm in one long. I think it's gonna do it. Nvidia's up 1%. We'll see. The move's already been made by 30 points, but I think it's gonna flush up. I'll be out on the liquidity sweep up of that high. Up 50, up 40. Little scalp. Nvidia's ripping hard. Very hard. Up 45, up 50. Just looking for a little liquidity sweep of that high. I think we'll have it. Sweep up. Breaking out of that trend line as well. Doesn't have to, but I think it will. Up 25, up 30, one contract long, looking for liquidity sweep. Go, go, go. Up 50, up 60. About to sweep that high and take it there. A little late, couldn't time it perfectly, but out with 100. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. That was a faster liquidity sweep. Can only hit the hotkey so fast. We're 20 points away from the trend line on the NQ 30-minute chart, but really the key number is 25,000. Your trend line's up here at 24,955, 20 points away. But really the number is 25,000. That's a key psychological point. Quick 8-9 point scalp. 100 bones, 100 bones. 100 bones, 100 bones, 100 bones. Man, it is ripping hard. Super bullish Nvidia news. Nvidia is now up 1.5%. Google's down 1.2%. Amazon is down 1.2%. Microsoft is down 0.9%. Meta's down 0.5%. Apple is up 3.8%. Netflix is down 1/4 point. MicroStrategy down 2 points and a quarter. Palantir down 1%. GameStop is up 3.8%. Costco currently down 1.2%. Alibaba currently up 0.6%. AMD up 3.3%. Very nice. Ripping and ripping hard. Alright, the ES has not V-shaped recovered like the NQ yet. Having a little pullback. Didn't quite tap that trend line. So it probably has another leg or two up. Which counts. So this is a high risk environment, so I'm going to eval. Nvidia news is ripping. Alright, let's move the trend lines. Possibly. Let's clean up the chart, move that. Let's get rid of those. Let's have that. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. No missed opportunities, only the next one. Constant opportunities, guys. You thought market was over. We just got this Nvidia news. That's why news is king. Nvidia is now up 1.7%, propping the market up on its own. Apple's helping, to be fair. Very strong. Very bullish. Very bullish. The ES has V-shape recovered just like that in Q. No more shorts for me today. Man, it is strong. Nvidia is now up 2%. Russell 2000 flipping red. Volatility's coming back in, guys. Very careful. Normally I take a long here, but a lot of people longed Nvidia when it was at 195. So I think it's gonna pump a lot further. What's up, buddy? Low. Appreciate you. Still bullish. Pumping up. Let's remove those. Let's mark out 25,000. Right there. 40 points away. All over that trend line, by the way. Russell 2000 flipping green. The Dow Jones flipping green. What's up, buddy? Hey, yo. Video coming down a bit. Having a little pullback. So far 10 points. Nvidia coming down a bit. Doing good, buddy. Doing good. How are you? Are you trading? Trump is active on True Social, by the way. Fed Hammock is speaking. Warning notices have been stable and are not trending up. In 40 minutes, we have White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. And ES is ripping up. Great melt up continues.
Order filled.
I gotta go with it. I gotta go with it. Nvidia is too strong. Gotta go with it. Even though it's already overextended, up 80. Nvidia is ripping hard. Ripping extremely hard. Nvidia is now up 2.6%. It might cool off, but I'm gonna be in it for now. Down 20. Might cool off. Nvidia coming down a bit. There's still bullish momentum. Up 15. Nvidia still trying to come up. Getting stuck at 2.5% up though. There it goes. Nvidia is still climbing. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Apple's giving away some of the gains. I'm gonna be out with a $90 loss. May re-enter soon. Nvidia cooling off, Apple cooling off. ES is starting to come down. I'll be in a minute though, because Nvidia is strong and trying to come up. Still haven't broken below that trend line. Man. Little FOMO here. I'm gonna take a I'm just gonna chill. So I want to be in on this Nvidia news, but I already missed the pump up. Call it a year, call 15 points. Don't want to be too greedy. Also, don't want to miss the pump up to 25,000 either. May not get there, to be fair. This Nvidia news is super bullish. ES is trying to pull back. Relative strength index is below that May. Apple's starting to pump up. Palantir coming up. Man. Video ripping up. It's hard to stay sidelined right here. I'm trying. This is normally where I would be shorting, but I'm not going against a video like those. Not a chance. It has not fallen below that trend line. Nvidia now up 2.8%. Wow. Look at this Nvidia chart. Let's see where it can go. So it's going to have resistance at around 183. Already tapping some of it. May go to that high as well, 184. So this definitely has more bullish upside. Look at this RSI. Still can go. The high risk environment. Very high risk. I don't know it. Netflix flipping green. Palantir's taking up. Nvidia is now up 3%. Staying patient. Norman said should short from here. Problem is, I think it may want to go to 25,000. Could pull back a little before. It's trying to pull back. ES starting to pull back. Not a bad call if you took it, Norman. All you though. Going against this Nvidia. Very risky stuff. More risk, more reward though. Remember, OpenAI and Nvidia report partnership to deploy 10 gigawatts of Nvidia system. Nvidia intends to invest up to 100 billion in OpenAI. Very bullish. Nvidia giving up some of the gains. Palantir coming down a bit. Apple coming down a bit. Can't get above that trend line just yet. I see Palantir starting to tick up. Palantir is now only down 0.88%. My strategy taken down. Google's trying to come up. Bitcoin's starting to come up. Maybe primed. Ripping up, back touch the high, 24,969. Video starting to round up. They cool off briefly, but about to round up again. Definitely a lower high. Could send it down here. I'm not gonna bet against this Nvidia news, at least not here. Maybe at 25,000, maybe. Possibly. Nvidia is coming down. $30 points away. What's up, Samuel? We just flushed high. Palantir taking down, Apple coming down a bit. Nvidia now up 3.1%. Trying to cool down a bit. ES is looking more and more bullish. Nvidia is just soaring. I think 25,000. Here we come. 23 points away. See, chat. Let's see. I'm waiting for the flush up. ES starting to round down. Nvidia is just super strong. Nvidia now up 3.6%. Palantir is coming down, now down 1.2%. Nvidia's now at some resistance. Little bit. It's at a pivot point. Hasn't flushed the high yet. High would be 184. Think it has it. Think it's gonna have it. And NQ would touch 25,000 if it does. Yes, it is trying to come down. Nvidia coming up. It is now up 3.8%. Climbing fast. Nvidia is climbing fast. 15 points away from 25,000. 15 points. Oh, liquidity sweep up. Go, go, go. Sweep up. Going against this is very, very risky. But I am going to try it once at 25,000. One time. Should have at least a 15-point pullback from there. At least. Could continue up. Nvidia wants to reach the high. It will tap in once we hit 25,000 most likely. Nvidia's up 4% now. Could easily go to up 8%. So a little higher risk. Little bit. Gonna have a little pullback. Nvidia cooling off a bit. I do not want a consolidation. If it consolidates here, comes down a little bit, consolidate, I'll probably long into the 25,000. If it liquidity sweeps up within a couple candles, I'll likely be in short. Nvidia cooling off briefly. One more risk. Pound here is also coming down, but that could be priming it to go up and just send this high. Could be going all the way to 25,081. Uh, 15 points away. Nvidia battle flush all-time high. I think so, Gap. I think so. Possibly overnight. Possibly tomorrow. But it's definitely in the cards. If you don't know, Gap, Nvidia invested in OpenAI. OpenAI and Nvidia report partnership to deploy 10 gigawatts of Nvidia systems. Nvidia intends to invest up to 100 billion in OpenAI. So that is why this is ripping, and Nvidia is currently up 3.75%. Flipping to the moon. The weekend 3DTE is another winner. That strat is paying my mortgage and car note monthly. What's up, Gab? Started to cool off briefly, but I think it has the liquidity sweep in it. Trying to go. $10 points away. Nvidia starting to climb. Palantir starting to tick up. Palantir. $8 points away. Go. Bitcoin's coming up. Apple's coming up. Nvidia's about to go to all-time highs. About a point away. Nvidia all-time high like 184.5. ES wants to go higher. Apple is now up 3.5%. Nvidia floating around 4% up. Nvidia is said to be making equity investments in OpenAI in stages. So Nvidia is gonna invest in OpenAI in stages. Some here, some there. Starting to get a little pullback. I really don't want to touch a short until it hits 25,000. I really don't want to touch it. It's gonna hold conviction. The more it does this though, the more it could just wick up and really rip even further to 25,081. It could just continue. Would have liked it to just liquidity sweep at 25 and then do this. Bearish wick on that Q30 minute. ES trying to come down. Relative strength index is below that May. Looking like it wants to pull back, but Nvidia is still there. Holding at 3.5% up.
Order filled.
I'm in with one. Betting on a continuation from Nvidia. We'll see. Could fall down that trend line. Down 40, down 50. It's already overextended, so this play could be done. But ES looks like he wants to ramp up. We'll see. Up 10. Does not have to go. Nvidia is starting to pump up. It's already bounced 100 points. That could be the entire move. Doesn't have to continue. Starting to look a little weak. ES is trying to pump up. Down 50. Might waterfall here. We are pretty overextended by 250, 300 points. I'm kind of there. I'll rejoin in a minute if it goes. Nvidia dropped below that 3.5. Another $100 loss on that account. Now we're down 211 in that one. Nothing crazy. Nvidia trying to reclaim that 3.5% up. Trying to we go.
Order
I'm
closed.
back in. We'll see. I'm gonna have the stop at the bottom.
Order submitted. Order
Hold on.
Order submitted.
Almost added to it again. I'll be out on the liquidity sweep up. Once it flushes that high, I'll move the stop break even. A 40, a 50. Worst case, we'll be down another 150. It's not the end of the world. Nvidia back up to 3.7% up. Palantir ticking up. Up 100, 120. Well, liquidity sweep to 25. Let's go. Up 100, 120, 125, 130. One contract long. ES is starting to pump. Come on. It's a go. Up 150, up 160. About to flush the high. High market all-time high for the NASDAQ futures at 24,993. Give me the time.
Order submitted.
Trying to pull back, create a lower high. I don't believe it. Could be true. Could tank here. We are overextended by 300 points, but I'm going to put the cards on the table that goes to 25 and liquidity sweeps up. That's the cards I am playing. A little risky. But I am putting them on the table. Up 75, up 80, one contract long. Nvidia still has some bullish momentum. There we go. Come on, bounce. Up 140. Trying to go. Try and flush that high. Once it does, I will move this break even. Come on, liquidity sweep to 25,000. No, you want to hit it. No, you want to hit it. Up 120, up 125. Oh, sweep up, sweep up. Sweep up. ES is starting to go. Trying. If you guys haven't already, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. We go live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST. Now we're going break even. A little above. Flush that high, we're going break even now. Nvidia now up 4.2%. Climb, baby, climb. Climb, baby, climb. 175. Could get stopped out here. Only 8-point stop. Trying to pull back. Five points away from being stopped. Risk-free trade now, though. Break even, stop. Ah, baby clown. Nvidia close to hitting all-time highs for the Nvidia. Oh, liquidity sweep up. Don't stop us out. 3 points away. Come on, climb. Climb, climb, climb. Hit all-time high Nvidia. Come on. 2 points away. And oh, pump, 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 pump. Take her home. Take her home. Liquidity sweep up. Take her home. Take her home. All right, bullish momentum just came in. 180 up 200. Oh, take her home. Take her home. Go, 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 go. Flush the high again. 24,994. Nvidia is pumping hard. Need Palantir to come up. Ooh, it got swatted down. They do not want it going up. We're about to be stopped. They swatted down hard. Oh, sweep up, sweep up, sweep up. Sweep. Nvidia still pumping. Has some cards. Hand on the hotkey, ready to go. Also add the TP up there. May take it a little before. $190 up 200. Go, 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 go. There we go. Sweep it, sweep it. Nvidia cooling off a bit. Still coming up. Might be all it has. Bulls and bears are battling it out. To win. Palantir starting to tick up. Apple starting to tick up. It might sweep this down, then go. Hopefully not. You gotta remember, we're also overextended by 300 points without a pretty substantial pullback. Got over that trend line. Probably wants to come back down. 2 points away from being stopped. And 1 point away. And saved by the gods. Saved by the gods for now. Come on, do it for the storyline. 1 point away from being stopped. Taking this count from negative 200 to positive 200. Come on, do it for the storyline. Let's go. Up 90, up 100. You want to pump. He wants to pump. Pump to. Nvidia going up. Swipe it up, swipe it up, swipe it up. Apple coming up. Battery stopped out. 2 points away. 1 point away. And stopped. Alright, let's remove this. It was a good battle, good battle. Good battle, good battle. Battle was fought. Let's say that. Nvidia started to cool off. Nvidia, Palantir coming down. Ooh, Caroline Levitt is speaking, I believe. It's 1 p.m. now. Caroline Levitt is scheduled to speak. Any minute. Any minute, any minute, any minute. We're not live yet. She's a little late. Wee bit late. Ah, they hunted our stop and then they go. Classic, classic, classic. Classic, classic, classic. So tight of a stop as well. To be fair, it's pretty high risk though, so I didn't want to give it that much room. Moving it break even after that, after it flushed that high, it was a good idea. As over extended as it is, 300 points to the up direction, could have just taken it for a $200 scalp. Just got rid of the losses, but I was going for the full meal. Full meal. Full meat and bones. Alright. Live stream is active. I will be switching over this once Caroline Levitt is at the podium. Man, this really should tap 25,000. NQ30 minute looks weak. Pulling off. ES looks very weak. It wants to cool off very heavy. Palantir coming down hard. Google coming down hard. It is technically a higher high, higher low. Technically. The only thing left on the docket at 1 p.m. White House press briefing with Caroline Levitt. We have that loaded. It's about to start. And then 2 p.m. BOE Gov Bailey speaking at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. EST. Netflix about to flip red. Nvidia trying to hold 4% up. Trying. Nvidia is still there. Still trying to pump. Even after flushing all-time highs at 184.5. ES looks like it wants a waterfall. Same time though, Nvidia is ticking up. Trying to break that trend line. ES is trying to bounce. Nvidia losing that 4% up. Trying to regain. Netflix flipping red. Bitcoin coming lower. Will it pop to 25,000 off this trend line bounce, off this support trend line bounce? Is it going to bounce to 25,000 or is it going to lose the trend line? Video coming down, cooling off a bit. Caroline, I love it, is at the podium.
Everyone. Happy Monday. Good to see all of you here. I want to start with a preview of President Trump's very busy schedule for the week. Later this afternoon, the president will be making a major announcement focused on the childhood autism epidemic, alongside his top health advisors who are working to make America healthy again. This will be a powerful display of how the entire Trump administration is committed to addressing root causes of chronic conditions and diseases, embracing full transparency in government, and championing gold standard science. Tonight, the president will depart to New York City ahead of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. He will be joined in New York City by the First Lady. Tomorrow morning, President Trump will deliver a major speech touting the renewal of American strength around the world, his historic accomplishments in just 8 months, including the ending of 7 global wars and conflicts. The president will also touch upon how globalist institutions have significantly decayed the world order, and he will articulate his straightforward and constructive vision for the world. The president will also be hosting bilateral meetings with the UN Secretary General and the leaders of Ukraine, Argentina, and the European Union. The president will also later in the day hold a multilateral meeting with Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, the UAE, and Jordan. After these important meetings, the president will attend a reception tomorrow night with more than 100 world leaders before returning to Washington, D.C. On Thursday, here at the White House, President Trump will welcome President Erdogan of Turkey for a bilateral meeting. And on Friday, the president will travel to Long Island for the Ryder Cup golf match between the United States and Europe. This event is one of the greatest sporting events in the world, and it would not be taking place this year without President Trump's help. President Trump signed an executive order last week preventing a strike that would have crippled the New York City area ahead of the tournament, and at the request of the 5 labor unions who all represent workers on the Long Island Railroad. One of the
taking a short of 50. That's out 20, man.
Praised the president's critical intervention, saying, quote, "When the possibility of a strike threatened to disrupt transportation and attendance, President Trump stepped up and took the action needed to protect this world-class competition. Thanks to President Trump's decisive leadership, the Ryder Cup experience will be everything fans and the golf community deserve." Again, that's a quote from the great golfer Bryson DeChambeau. Now let's all hope the American Ryder Cup team can take home the trophy. In other news, positive economic data continues to pour in. Brand new polling shows that Americans' faith in the economy and the direction of the nation is back on track and shooting even higher. Home ownership is more affordable, with mortgage rates dropping to a 3-year low. For new home buyers, this represents a $250 decline in your monthly mortgage payment, or nearly $3,000 a year. And President Trump has made it very clear he wants to continue to see mortgage rates decline to a record low, just like they did in his first term. Thanks to President Trump's unleashing energy dominance, gas prices are dropping and Americans are spending the smallest share of their disposable income on gasoline since 2005. Additionally, the annual cost to own and operate a new vehicle is down by nearly 6% over the last year. Americans are earning more and they are spending more than ever before. After inflation outpaced for 26 straight months under Joe Biden, real wages have increased nearly every month since President Trump took office, with wages for blue-collar workers rising at the fastest rate in 6 decades. Retail sales are also booming, up 5% over last year, and the stock market is booming, and Americans' retirement accounts continue to do well, with the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all hitting new record highs. In fact, the S&P 500 is up nearly 15%, and the NASDAQ is up more than 21% since Election Day. As part of President Trump's mission to restore America as the manufacturing superpower of the world, he has secured nearly $9 trillion in U.S. investment, nearly 9 times more than Biden attracted in his entire 4-year term, and we expect that number to be upwards of $15 trillion very soon. We're already seeing the initial economic benefits of these investments, with industrial production recently rising to an all-time high. President Trump built the greatest economy in the history of the world in his first term, and we are witnessing him do it all over again. Now, before I open it up to questions, I do want to speak on the heinous political assassination of Charlie Kirk. As President Trump powerfully stated yesterday, this assassination was an attack on everything that makes the United States of America the greatest country on earth. But that attack has completely failed. The heartwarming response from the overwhelming majority of the American people over the past 2 weeks is all of the proof that you need. The assassin who took Charlie's life can destroy flesh and blood, but he can never destroy the values that Charlie stood for. All across the country, millions of Americans have prayed, hosted vigils, attended church services, became politically engaged for the first time, and honored the legacy of Charlie and the ideals he died speaking for. The beautiful memorial service attended by President Trump and 100,000 great Americans in State Farm Stadium yesterday was just the latest example. And Erica Kirk's mercy was one of the greatest acts of grace this world has ever seen. May God continue to watch over Erica and their beautiful children. Unfortunately, there have been some jarring exceptions to this unity. This past Friday, 58 House Democrats voted no, and 38 voted present on a resolution that simply stated, condemning in the strongest possible terms the assassination of Charles James Kirk and all forms of political violence. There were no strings attached to this vote. This was a simple gesture of human decency to denounce political violence. I wish I could say that this was only a fringe group, but 96 votes is nearly half of the entire House Democrat caucus. And they didn't just vote against this basic resolution condemning political violence. A number of those same Democrats took to the House floor to smear Charlie Kirk's name. The man wasn't even buried yet, and Democrat members of Congress were denigrating his memory on the floor of the House of Representatives. This was truly a sad moment and a clear reflection of how radical the Democrat Party has become. Many Democrats in elective office have now been totally captured by a radical fringe of the far-left base who want to dehumanize every person they disagree with. We must continue to call this wickedness out. It's the only way that our nation can heal. For too long, past leaders have offered platitudes while political violence has been allowed to fester and harm innocent Americans. There has been coordinated campaigns dating back years, spearheaded by radical left-wing organizations centered on dehumanizing, intimidating, doxing, and even attacking Americans whom they disagree with. These groups have radicalized impressionable individuals to foment violence. An attempted transgender assassin traveled to Justice Brett Kavanaugh's family home with plans to end his life. An attempted assassin came within an inch of ending President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on the campaign trail, another attempted assassin tried to kill the president at his golf club in Florida. A left-wing assassin shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson right in the back in the heart of New York City. ICE agents are facing a more than 1,000% increase in assaults for simply doing their jobs. Violent radical left-wing mobs engaged in illegal behavior, targeted Jewish Americans, and shut down America's college campuses under the previous administration. Left-wing mobs burned down Tesla dealerships out of, quote, protest of Elon Musk and his policies. In May, a left-wing activist shouting "Free Palestine" murdered 2 innocent Israeli embassy staffers outside of the D.C. Jewish Museum here in Washington. These are just a few examples, prominent examples, of the growing left-wing political violence in our country. Enough is enough, and as President Trump has promised, he will directly address the dark sources funding and supporting this domestic terrorism to finally restore order in our country. The American people can expect further, very strong action on this very soon. Everyone, Republican, Democrat, everyone in between, we all deserve to live in a country where we do not have to fear for our lives simply for stating what we believe in. With that, I will take your question. In today's new media seat, we have Monica Page, who is the White House correspondent for Turning Point USA's news organization, on the front lines. Monica, thank you for being here. We're so sorry for the loss of Charlie. I know you work for him, you were very close to him, and we appreciate your being in the new media seat and also your commitment to covering the White House. You are here every day, just like the rest of everyone in this room, so why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you so much, Caroline. I don't think you realize how much it means to me to be here in this seat, especially on behalf of Turning Point USA and Frontlines. We greatly appreciate it. We also greatly appreciate the outpouring of support and just the really kind words that we heard yesterday at the memorial service. That means more to us then I don't think anybody ever knows. And even the global support that we're seeing for Charlie has been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you so much. I have 3 questions, if I may, on the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk. Government and local officials said that Antifa inscriptions were engraved in these bullet casings that killed Charlie Kirk. It appears to be a trend, especially after what we saw in the Annunciation Church shooting, Catholic Church shooting. Additionally, Stephen Miller recently commented on the rise in this kind of violence, saying there is a domestic terrorist movement growing in this country. The president is designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. I'm wondering, what is the approach to holding these people accountable, just to ensure that violence like this just is eradicated moving forward?
Sure. Well, Antifa is going to be designated a domestic terrorist organization. The president intends to sign that executive order very soon as it's drafted, as soon as today, later this afternoon. And this is something the president campaigned on, because we have seen a rise in violence perpetuated by Antifa radical people across this country who subscribe to this group. And unfortunately, it's gone widely uncovered by many in the legacy media. It also went completely ignored by the previous administration. Not anymore.
Yeah, this is pumping.
As you mentioned, were the bullet cases
Video back at it.
with Antifa
Likely going to be
mottos,
stopped,
if you will, in the heinous assassination of Charlie. But there have also been more examples than I could read off for you here in this briefing room today of violence from Antifa. I will just read a few. In July 2025, several members of an Antifa cell ambushed and opened fire on officers at an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, shooting 1 officer in the neck. Also in July 2025, 3 Antifa members were charged with assaulting a police officer during a violent riot outside an ICE facility in Portland, which for weeks prior had been under siege from the local Antifa terror cell. In February 2024, a transgender Antifa terrorist detonated an explosive device outside of the office of the Republican Attorney General of Alabama. In July 2023, Antifa members linked to abortionist group Jane's Revenge firebombed pro-life facilities and vandalized churches. In January 2022, a suspected Antifa member was arrested for bringing a pipe bomb to a pro-Trump event. In January 2021, an Antifa supporter threatened to shoot police officers and Trump supporters outside of the Florida State Capitol building. Again, I could continue to list many more examples for those in the room who don't believe this is a serious threat to American safety and our national security, but this administration knows that it is. That's why the president will be signing this order. And we will also be, most importantly, looking at who is funding Antifa and who is funding these other violent left-wing groups that we've seen perpetuate so much crime and mayhem across our country.
Thank you. And Charlie Kirk died exercising his First Amendment right, willingly debating, conversing with everybody and anybody. That was what he did. So what message does this White House have now to all Americans who feel like they are too afraid to express their beliefs, their values, their morals in the wake of such horrific violence?
I think the president has answered this, and I will leave it to his response, Monica, where he so beautifully said, we have to keep fighting. We have to keep speaking up. We have to keep speaking our mind. I know that's what Charlie would want us to do, and we have a right to free speech in this country. The president supports it. It is protected by our beautiful Constitution, and Americans should not cower in fear. They should rise up in courage to continue speaking the truth.
And to end on a lighter note, Caroline, sure. I'd love to know what your favorite memory of Charlie is.
Sure. Charlie was a great guy, and he was, of course, a very influential person in the conservative movement, in the MAGA movement. He was so helpful to the president during the campaign and to all of us who worked on that campaign, that historic campaign. I myself had many great memories going on Charlie's amazing podcast and his show. He was always willing to text people with words of encouragement. In fact, my last text exchange with him was the day before he died, and he was asking for my husband and I's address to send a children's book to our son. And I think that just speaks to the type of person that he was. And I know so many of us here at the White House are going to miss him very much.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. Regarding the autism announcement,
Sure.
Why now? Does the administration have new data that hasn't been published previously showing a possible link between acetaminophen and autism?
I know there's been many reports about what this announcement at 4 o'clock will be, Gabe. The president is very excited about this, so I don't want to scoop the president of the United States and our Secretary of Health and Human Services, but what I can assure you is that
5 points away from being stopped out, down 100, down 130, down 140, one contract short.
Robert F. Kennedy and the incredible health team that this president has put together are...
This may want a liquidity sweep up top. We did break that trend line, so this should theoretically be a downtrend. May want to sweep up, tap that 25,000 key psychological point, or just swipe liquidity sweep that high at 24,994, which if it does, we will be stopped out and we'll miss a move. But I'm not willing to move the stop.
Things in a much different lens, and they are paying attention to studies and the gold standard of science and research that many in this city for far too long have turned a blind eye to. So I think Americans are going to be enlightened and proud of what they hear later this afternoon, but I won't get ahead of the president on exactly what that announcement entails.
On a different topic, going back to the president's social media post from over the weekend regarding the DOJ and his seeming frustration that they hadn't taken action quickly enough. I want to point to something that the president said during his inaugural address. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. We will not allow that to happen. Is the president going back on his promise?
No. In fact, the president is fulfilling his promise to restore a Department of Justice that demands accountability. And it is not weaponizing the Department of Justice to demand accountability for those who weaponized the Department of Justice. And nobody knows what that looks like more than President Trump. We are not going to tolerate gaslighting from anyone in the media or from anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ. It was Joe Biden and his attorney general who weaponized the DOJ. Joe Biden used this sacred American institution to go after his political opponent in the middle of an election year. And you look at people like Adam Schiff and like James Comey and like Letitia James, who the president is rightfully frustrated. He wants accountability for these corrupt fraudsters who abused their power, who abused their oath of office to target the former president and then candidate for the highest office in the land. And I think the president is reaffirmed in those frustrations and his hope for accountability by the millions and millions of people who reelected him to this office with a mandate to demand accountability. And the president has not been shy about this, Gabe. In fact, when he traveled to the Department of Justice earlier this year, all of you were there to cover it. He said, quote, "I demand a full and complete accountability for wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people gave a mandate to investigate and root the corruption out of our system," and that's what the president wants to see done.
Caroline.
Ed.
On the autism issue again, there are reams of scientific research that suggests there's no clear link between autism and acetaminophen usage. You're suggesting today they may have new information on this. A lot of it, in this entire debate, has the potential to confuse women, especially pregnant women, about what to do. What do you say to those that say what you're doing today potentially just introduces more confusion into the debate?
I think women for many years, in fact for decades, Ed, have been confused by the rapid increase in autism in this country, in the childhood epidemic that is chronic epidemic, disease epidemic that is plaguing America's youth. Women are confused about that and they want answers to that. And that's exactly what this administration is focused on finding. And before you jump to conclusions based on reports that the White House has not even confirmed, I would encourage everyone in this room to go into the 4 o'clock announcement with some critical thinking skills and with some open ears to actually listen to what the president and his team of outsiders have to say about this. And there will be a number of things that will be announced and discussed. And I think, I know as a mother myself, I speak, I believe, for many mothers across the country who really want answers to what is happening to our nation's children. So again, I won't get ahead of the president, but I think everyone in this room needs to tone down the judgment before you even hear what people are going to say. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. So two on the Holman investigation. I mean, can you just speak to, did the president ask the Justice Department to close the case? case? And does Holman have to return the $50,000?
Well, Mr. Holman never took the $50,000 that you're referring to, so you should get your facts straight, number one. Number two, this was another example of the weaponization of the Biden Department of Justice against one of President Trump's strongest and most vocal supporters in the midst of a presidential campaign. You had FBI agents going undercover to try and entrap one of the president's top allies and supporters, someone who they knew very well would be taking a government position months later. Mr. Holman did absolutely nothing wrong, and even the President's Department of Justice, even Kash Patel's FBI, looked into this just to make sure. They had a number of different prosecutors and FBI agents who looked into this. They found zero evidence of illegal activity or criminal wrongdoing. In the White House and the President stand by Tom Homan 100% because he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he is a brave public servant who has done a phenomenal job in helping the President shut down the border. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions on far-left violence.
Sure.
The first one, the president said yesterday that the bullet hit Charlie, but it was aimed at every one of us. Do you and your colleagues have a heightened sense of fear following this shooting and this far-left violence we're seeing across the country?
I certainly think there's a heightened sense of awareness by conservatives across the country, by all of us here at the White House. Again, as I said to Monica, many of us were personal friends with Charlie and had involvement with Turning Point before we came and served our government in this way. So certainly it's a
Hey, we're about to be stopped out.
And I think, you know,
Yes,
it's very
it's ripping hard.
unfortunate that those of us who work in this
Ripping
movement
hard.
have to think about
Video's cooling
violence
off.
just for speaking our minds and for supporting President Trump.
And as a follow-up on that, I asked the president last night on Air Force One about this.
Down hard 50, down hard 60. It's about a liquidity sweep that high. We're going to be stopped out. One contract short
filled.
and stopped. There's the liquidity sweep, and it'll probably make the move down
Order
from here.
canceled.
But I'm not going to enter back in. Go back here. This will probably be the move down now. Liquidity sweep that high. May want to come tap that 25,000, but that's probably all it wants to do.
Pattern of transgender violence we're seeing. You know, Charlie's killer
back in a minute.
lived with his boyfriend who identifies as transgender, and then we had the Annunciation shooting, the Covenant shooting, all of these incidents. The president said that we're looking into transgender violence. Does that mean the FBI is looking into it? And can you give any more clarity on how the administration is viewing this uptick in specifically transgender violence?
It's definitely something worth looking into, and I think anyone who denies that at this point is being willfully ignorant. And the administration is taking it seriously, all causes of violence, and why these people would be driven to such evil and such hatred. And there's probably many answers to that question, but the administration is really focused on all of them. For individual investigations and cases, of course, the FBI and the Department of Justice are leading those. But as for this overall violence and domestic terrorism that we're seeing, the White House and the president's policy team will be leading the charge, and that really begins with designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. And I can assure you there will be additional actions to come. Sure, in the pink.
Thanks, Caroline. Liz Landers with PBS NewsHour. I just wanted to follow up quickly on something that the president had said yesterday. So we heard from Erica Kirk. She said she forgives the man who shot and killed her husband.
Which is crazy, by the way.
And then right after that, we heard from the president who
It's super powerful, but that is like, to forgive your spouse's killer is just another level.
said, I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them. How does that square with bringing down the temperature of political violence in this country? And then, if I could, I had a follow-up on Venezuela, too.
Look, the president is authentically himself. I think that's why millions of Americans across the country love him and support him, including Erica Kirk, who you saw so beautifully was on stage with the president in an unthinkable moment, in the midst of an unthinkable tragedy, and was...
Taro asks, you up or down, Chris? We're lost one account, down 427 in the other one, but getting a $1,200 payout with the one account, and up 101 and up 330 in another. So it's not a bad day, just really bad execution. And I need to start trusting my instincts and stop putting in the obvious stop. I literally knew it was going to liquidity sweep this high. It was highly probable right here, and then it would make the move. And as soon as I got stopped out before it made the move, could have easily went to 25,000, or that top trend line tapped it, then made the move. But I really need to start holding conviction because I can read the market pretty well. This morning was a little shaky, but the intuition right now is dead on. Liquidity sweep up, then make the move, and it happened. Just didn't hold the conviction, didn't put the obvious stop. Need to stop putting obvious stops.
Is leaning on the president for support during that time, and he was there to give it
Not bad.
her, as well as the vice president and many other top-ranking.
Not a bad day, but the execution has been The result is good, but the execution and I trade execution over result.
Cabinet officials.
Oh, it's
Thanks, Caroline. On TikTok,
could be better.
the deal. How much is the deal? And if you can't give an exact number to how much the deal is, when can we expect to learn how much the deal is being?
Would have been just fine though if I didn't mis-execute with that stop that got that account blown. I accidentally added to the position instead of being stopped. Would have been just fine then.
Valued at, and then separately, who are the members involved in the deal? Like, can you share any more details there?
So I don't have a specific number for you, nor am I going to confirm the specific individuals and entities in the deal, Kayla, but I do have several details I'm happy to run through for all of you, and the president will be signing the deal, the official deal, later this week at some point. Under the terms of this deal, TikTok will be owned by a majority of American investors and controlled by a board of directors with extensive national security and cybersecurity credentials. In partnership with the U.S. government, Oracle will serve as TikTok's trusted security provider, and they will independently monitor the safety and data security of all U.S. user data on TikTok's platform. Americans' data will be stored securely in the United States without access from China. All U.S. user data will be stored on servers operated by Oracle in the United States, protected from surveillance or interference by foreign adversaries. And the algorithm, I know this is a question many of you have had, will be
the algorithm on TikTok, because the Chinese algorithm for the actual Chinese TikTok promotes engineering and just really educational stuff, and the algorithm for the US promotes degeneracy, just distraction, doesn't really promote engineering, just constant distraction, just keep you on it as long as possible, and not really educational.
Secured, retrained, and operated in the United States outside of
always learning, Toro.
And TikTok will remain globally interoperable, meaning TikTok users in the U.S. will be able to see videos posted by users in other countries and vice versa. While I don't have a number on the specific deal, we do expect that thanks to the president's leadership and the securement of this historic deal, businesses using TikTok will generate as much as $178 billion in economic activity within the U.S. over the next 4 years. So this is great news, not just for the millions of American youth who use TikTok. Their data will be safe and secure with this new deal. They'll continue to use this very fun app, but it's also great news for all of the small business owners who have really been able to make a living off of the use of TikTok as well.
And if I could just get one more as it relates to China, on crop prices with farmers, as there's still no official trade deal with China, farmers are getting a little bit antsy navigating, prices being weak and not strong. How is the administration, thinking about farmers right now? Is there anything we can expect to see from the administration on, sort of bailing farmers out should prices continue to not work in their favor?
Well, the administration is completely understands the anxiety of farmers. We're very much aware of this issue. It has been a part of our discussions, the trade team's discussions with their Chinese counterparts. As for any specific actions, I don't have any news on that for you today, but I can fully assure you the entire National Economic Council in this building, as well as our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, have been talking with the trade team about this. There's been many meetings on this, and they are on the ball, but I don't have anything specific for you today. Sure, Selena.
Thanks, Caroline. But the case against Letitia James was extensively investigated for 5 months, and President Trump's handpicked Attorney General Eric Siebert could not find any evidence that he committed a crime. So is the president saying here it doesn't matter if there's a crime, he just wants his political enemies to be charged?
Well, let me just walk you through Letitia James. Letitia James completely abused her oath of office. Letitia James was actively and openly engaged in lawfare. You talk about weaponizing the Department of Justice. What was Letitia James's campaign slogan? It was prosecute Donald Trump. She was saying she was going to prosecute Donald Trump before she even knew if Donald Trump committed a crime, which of course we did not. Those are not the words of a serious prosecutor. Those are the words of a corrupt politician who is abusing their power. She actively campaigned on that. She also led the witch hunt, the financial fraud investigation against President Trump and the Trump Organization, in an appeals court tossed that case out, a $500 million civil fraud penalty in August, which was another win for the president, and exonerated him of this witch hunt and showed that this is an individual who is corrupt and abused her oath of office. And we also have evidence of her mortgage fraud. An April report from a white-collar fraud investigator found that there was documented evidence that James engaged in a consistent pattern of financial and property disclosures that raise serious legal questions.
But why won't the president accept the conclusions of his Justice Department to not bring charges against Letitia James? In fact, you had Bondi and Blanche, top DOJ leadership, who were against ousting Eric Siebert, who again was picked by President Trump.
I just answered that question for you, and the president has every right to express how he feels about these people who literally campaigned on trying to put him in jail, who literally tried to ruin his life and ruin his businesses, and he wants to see accountability for those who abuse their office and abuse their power. And Letitia James absolutely did that, whether you want to admit it or not.
Is that not retribution, though?
Jeff, it's accountability.
Thanks, Caroline. Two foreign policy questions. President Putin has offered President Trump a one-year extension of the latest, for the most recent treaty limiting nuclear weapons. Does the White House have a reaction to that? Does the president want to accept that offer? And then one separate issue, just generally, what is the president's response or reaction to the number of countries this week who are planning to or have recognized a Palestinian state?
Two great questions, Jeff. To your first question about Russia, the president is aware of this offer extended by President Putin, and I'll let him comment on it later. I think it sounds pretty good, but he wants to make some comments on that himself, and I will let him do that. As for all of these Western nations that are recognizing a Palestinian state, the president has been very clear. He disagrees with this decision. He spoke about that in the UK, standing right next to his friend, Prime Minister Starmer, and he feels this does not do anything to release the hostages, which is the primary goal right now in Gaza, does nothing to end this conflict and bring this war to a close. And frankly, he believes it's a reward to Hamas. So he believes these decisions are just more talk and not enough action from some of our friends and allies. And I think you'll hear him talk about that tomorrow at the UN. Kristen.
Thanks, Brianna. Just going back to this Letitia James story. What does President Trump plan to do if the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, tells him that there is not enough evidence to bring his political opponents' cases or to charge those cases?
That's a hypothetical question, Kristen. That hasn't happened at this point.
But we did see one U.S. attorney not be able to find enough evidence, and now they no longer have a job. Is that something that you would consider?
Look, the president stands with Pam Bondi 100%. He made that clear this weekend. He answered questions from all of you last night on Air Force One. He said the same, and that's how he feels.
Even though Pam Bondi literally said on her podcast she was going to prosecute people for hate speech and go after them, I don't know if she rebuked that later in a statement, but that was pretty crazy. You can't go after hate speech. Hate speech is protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech.
Feels at this moment in time.
Just one more on the Attorney General.
Go ahead,
Caroline, would the president support designating Russia as a sponsor of terrorism if it does return kidnapped Ukrainian children? And secondly, we just found out through questioning that Hunter Biden sat in on the discussions of his pardons. What's the White House response to that?
Unfortunately, I think it's unsurprising, and it's also very telling that one of the only pardons Joe Biden signed on his way out the door was the pardon of his son. Everything else was signed with an auto pen, but that one was clearly his own signature. To your first question about Russia, I have no news to share with you on that. Sure, in the yellow.
According to media reports, Maduro has sent a letter to President Trump, but President Trump avoided saying whether he has read it.
Thank you. About to hit 25,000.
We have seen this letter. Frankly, I think there were a lot of lies that were repeated by Maduro in that letter, and the administration's position on Venezuela has not changed. We view the Maduro regime as illegitimate, and the president has clearly shown that he's willing to use any and all means necessary to stop the illegal trafficking of deadly drugs from the Venezuelan regime into the United States of America.
Context of the letter?
Gilbertson, go ahead.
The admin.
To you, and then go ahead. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Whitline with Borderhawk News. The admin has openly discussed taking legal action against officials in sanctuary jurisdictions. Just this last weekend, we saw Mayor of Evanston, Daniel Bliss, rioting and protesting outside of an ICE facility near Chicago. Are there plans to start arresting sanctuary mayors or governors going forwards?
Unless they commit a crime, I don't see them being arrested. But if they are violating federal law, if they are violating state law, then of course they should be arrested by state and local law enforcement. If they're violating federal law, then they can expect the consequences of that behavior. Nick.
Thank you, Caroline. Would the president like to see Congress pass a national holiday honoring Charlie Kirk annually?
That's an interesting question. I'm sure he wouldn't oppose such a thing. But you can pose that to him yourself next time you get the chance.
Sure thing. And to follow up, too, I know the president is honoring Charlie with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Is there anything else that we don't know of in the works to honor Charlie?
Not at this time, but we do look forward to that.
They should definitely, I don't know if you guys have seen on Twitter, X, a couple like memorial statues have been prototyped, and just the image people have sent. And it's Charlie sitting down at a table with a chair open. I think that would definitely be interesting, at least at the college where his life was taken. But that would be interesting just to signify freedom of speech in the colleges, open dialogue, debate, etc., etc. I mean, I think that would be a memorial worth doing, possibly at every college, but that might be OD.
That Medal of Freedom ceremony very soon. Daniel.
Thanks,
Looks
Caroline.
good,
This
though.
past Friday, Adam Schiff, Tim Kaine, they introduced a resolution on Capitol Hill aimed at stopping the successful kinetic strikes against narco-terrorists in the Caribbean Sea. What does a move like this, what type of message does it send to families, specifically families who have suffered at the hands of deadly narco drugs like these?
I definitely think it sends the wrong message. We wish that Democrats would get on board with a very simple idea of ending drug trafficking and securing our homeland. And I saw a report this morning that the Dominican Republic actually helped us seize a boat that was on its way from Venezuela to the United States of America with lots of deadly drugs on board. And so if you actually hear from Caribbean nations in the region, they are thankful and grateful for the administration's efforts, and they're working alongside us to end this plague of drug trafficking through their seas. Sure, Karen.
Over the weekend, Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries sent a letter to the White House asking for a meeting with the president to talk about government funding. Has the White House responded to that letter, and will the president sit down with them to talk about this, given that deadline?
It was one
is now
short.
8 days away.
Discussions are ongoing with both Republican and Democratic members of Capitol Hill. I will just.
I'm only
I
gonna
don't
go
have
for
any
like a
meetings
10-point
or
scalp.
Any scheduling updates for you today, but what I will share is
Still
that
bullish
what
momentum.
this White House wants and what Republicans want. We want a clean funding extension to keep the government open. That's all we're advocating for, a simple, clean budget extension, a straightforward, responsible solution to keep the government open to November 21st and allow the full year appropriations process to move forward. And I will add, this is the same budget that the Democrats approved
There we
6
go.
months ago, just adjusted for inflation. And
lower.
unfortunately, all of a sudden
Up
now,
70.
they want to shut down the government. And if the government is shut down, it's only going to, it will be the fault of the Democrats, and it will only hurt the most vulnerable in our country, our seniors, our veterans, our military families, and increasing security for members of Congress, which is something this White House and the administration supports. And if you look back at the statements made by Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries in the past, they too have advocated against a shutdown and for keeping the government open. Democrat Chuck Schumer himself said a shutdown would mean chaos and pain and needless heartache for the American people. He said once, avoiding a shutdown is very good news for the country, for our veterans, for parents and children, for farmers, and for small businesses. Hakeem Jeffries also said it's about the harm. Families will be hurt if there is a government shutdown. Farmers will be hurt. Holiday travel will be impacted. Democrats clearly know what the right thing to do is here. It's to join with Republicans to pass this clean funding extension. That's what the White House and the president wants. And with that, we will see you all at 4 o'clock for this big announcement later on. Thanks, guys.
Okay, that was Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt briefing the members of the media. A little press briefing. Okay, the next news is at 2 p.m. BOE Gov Bailey speaking. That's in 10 minutes. And then 4 p.m. Trump announcing the autism findings. So we'll see how that goes. This could be the big pullback. This is a key psychological point at 25,000. It did hit it. So this could be the big pullback. May want to do a leg up. We'll see. Up 60, up 50, one contract short, up 70. ES is starting to fall. Relative strength index is at neutral below the MA inside of it. Williams R 120 days still overbought. Everything's still overextended. Nvidia is still trying to come up. Nvidia is still up 3.9%. Palantir dipping down, now down 1.9%. Apple coming down a bit. I have one more leg up. I'm not betting on any significant pullback. Not anymore. Just want a 10-pointer. 10 points. If you guys are new here, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. We are live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the stock market. Turn on your post notifications if you want to know when I am live. Appreciate you guys. ES is trying to come down. Problem is, Nvidia is super strong. Super strong. Super duper. ES is trying to come down pretty hard. Could snag maybe 20-30 points here. Might want to liquidity sweep all the way down. Flush all the longs out.
Order submitted.
Nvidia is strong enough to keep this up. A little downward pressure from Nvidia. We needed to lose the 183.5 level. Pretty nice pivot point. We needed to break it. Up 80, up 90. About to be 10 points up. Very stubborn market today. Extremely stubborn. I'm also not going with trend, at least for the latter half. Just because how overextended we are. Up 80, up 85, up 90. I want the ES to at least tap the 100 MA. At least. Up 180, up 200. I'm gonna take you there at 150. Probably could have held. There's a lot of longs here that they'll probably want to liquidate. So probably could have rode that for around 20, 30 points. I'm just going to take back 150. Now we're only down 283 in that account. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Let's go here. This is Michael Slayer delivers epic Bitcoin Treasuries Yoon conference speech, full keynote. This happened around a couple days ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Michael Saylor.
It's not that long.
I'm streaming it.
Skip into when he comes on. There he is.
Thank you. Nice to see all the orange ties and the orange hats and the orange tennis.
Michael Slayer is the owner of MicroStrategy right here. The company that keeps hoarding and keeps buying Bitcoin. This is the CEO.
Shoes and the orange shirts and the orange
If you don't
lanyards
know.
and the orange dresses. I definitely envy the women that can wear the bright orange dresses and the orange jumpsuits. I've been trying to figure out how to do an all orange suit. That'll
Bitcoin.
work for me. I'm still working on it, but get ready. So I'd like to talk about Bitcoin treasury companies, and I wanted to lay out, the basic principles. 'Cause, there's a lot of ignorant antagonists in the world, and they're like all snivelly, like, why would you want to buy a Bitcoin treasury company when you could buy the Bitcoin? And you hear that a lot. I mean, we're the first year, in my opinion, this is the first year in the launch of this business. If you got in more than 12 months ago, you were sort of ahead of ground zero. I would say the business really legitimized, took off November 5th, 2024. That's the point when you had the red sweep. That's the point when Bitcoin went from 60,000 to 95,000. Very quickly, what we saw was 12 cabinet members flipped pro-Bitcoin. The president flipped pro-Bitcoin. The Secretary of Treasury flipped pro-Bitcoin. And guidance from the SEC, the CFTC, the OCC.
AKA mass adoption.
The
Companies started to mass adopt legislation and regulations. Regulations being lifted, legislations being drafted to make pro-Bitcoin stances, especially in states. Can't remember the states that did it. I want to say Texas, Florida. I want to say Michigan or something. One of the upper western states did it as well.
The FDIC, even the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, all flipped to unequivocally pro-Bitcoin. If you look at crypto policies with the mega banks, the too big to fail banks, Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, et cetera, they were constructed over the previous 4 years. In that environment, after the execution of Signature Bank and Silvergate, both of those were healthy banks that were destroyed by the previous administration due to their involvement in crypto. I think most large systemically important banks, most banks in general, adopted a policy out of an abundance of caution, and the result of those policies was so vague, it kind of meant that everyone in the industry was unbanked, you couldn't get credit, and those policies still remain, by the way. You could post $10 billion of collateral to those banks, you can't get a nickel loan today. Okay, so that's not because of government guidance. The government guidance is exactly the opposite over and over and over again. But the banking system of the Western world is uncramping itself, and it'll probably take 4 years for that to happen. And during that time frame, we're just in this epic of institutional adoption. You've got the right accounting, you've got the right guidance, you've got the right law, you've got the right tone at the top, and that just means large, risk-averse, bureaucratic organizations are going to take their time to work through it. But it's not like every single week I don't have a conversation with the president or the CEO of a bank or some other large financial organization where I point out that they're about to miss out on trillions of dollars of opportunities. And this is why the private bank, the commercial bank, the investment bank should get involved. If you have I couldn't have those conversations 4 years ago. Now we're going to have those conversations every day for the next 4 years. We're going to convince 10%, 20%. And so we're in this transition. I think there's two massive forces in the world today. There's digital intelligence, there's digital assets. And if you look at financial institutions around the world, what's amusing to me is you've got financial institutions that embrace digital intelligence, like my company, I sit down on a Saturday afternoon, I play with the AI, I design a security, I redesign the security, I design the security for the third time. The AI says it's never been done in the history of the world. I send it to the lawyers, they say it's never been done in the history of the world. I send it to the bankers, they say it's never been done in the history of the world. And then they come up with one little quibbling concern like, oh, there might be a fast pay issue and it's unsolvable. And then after 2-3 weeks of tradition, I go back to my AI and I say, is there a solution to the fast pay issue? And it says, yeah, make the liquidation preference floating. Okay, where's the floating liquidation preference come from in our prefs? It's because there's a fast pay issue in the prefs and you can't sell them above par without that floating liquidation preference. I could hire 10,000 lawyers and wait 10,000 years. I wouldn't get the answer. I got the answer in a few minutes from the AI because the AI has no prejudice. It has no inertia. Okay, that's a finance company that uses digital intelligence. What happens next is we print $6 billion of those. What happens without AI? We sell zero. Everyone says, well, what's the killer use case of AI? Well, maybe design a security and sell billions of dollars a month of it. That might, how many people do that? One. I'm sitting at a table with a lawyer that works for a mega multi-trillion-dollar financial organization. I said, you know, do you use AI? No, our legal department won't let us use AI for security concerns. They don't want us to put confidential information into the AI. Okay, you literally have a set of megacorps that won't use digital intelligence for security concerns, and they basically make everybody that works for the company slow and stupid. And then you have another set of companies that use AI, and those people are smart and fast. Now, if you take digital assets, it's the same thing. Those, you know, a different set of banks, you know, they're like, well, we don't touch digital assets, you know, because the government, because something happened 4 years ago. Well, you know, what I would say is,
the synopsis from that, if you are not adopting and using AI, especially agentic AI, I've recently adopted in cursor coding Grok Fast Code 1, and it is insane with Cursor's agentic AI. It just implements immediately. It's insane, the productivity level you get. And if you're not using that for everything, trying to automate everything with AI, agents, etc., you are falling very behind. If you're at least not using AI to help research, just augment your life in other steps, you are really falling behind. That is what he's getting at.
Poor and weak. And if you embrace digital assets, you become wealthy and powerful. And so, by the way, I can show you finance organizations that embrace digital assets, reject AI. I can show you ones that claim they use AI, but they really reject it. They just tell themselves they use it, and maybe they do or do not embrace digital. But, you know, I think the opportunity for Bitcoin treasury companies, what are they? You know, they're digital companies using digital capital, hopefully using digital intelligence to create digital securities, digital equities, digital credit instruments to sell into the digital economy. Nothing that we've done would have worked without digital capital. Bitcoin is digital capital. And most of our more compelling ideas came from digital intelligence because no one ever did that before. You know, like when we designed our prefs, we set them as par value 100, made them perpetual. No one ever does that. You can find 5,000 examples in the modern world where people don't do it. They normally make retail prefs $25 or they make institutional prefs $1,000. Okay, turns out if you go back and read the history of the Rothschilds and the history of money, the British government in the 1780s did it. The British government issued consols. They were perpetual bonds, par value 100 pounds, yielding 3 or 5% that floated above or below par. And I look, you know, backed by gold. We created something, 100 par value, perpetual, backed by digital gold. Okay, and so what happened in the middle? For 100 years, the world went backwards. And now we rederive these elegant instruments that, by the way, every French, Austrian, British, Spanish, Italian central banker, they used the same instruments 300 years ago. In fact, the entire world ran on gold-backed credit for 300 years or more. That was the currency system of the world until 1971, with varying degrees of collateralization. So we're in year one of reinventing the finance system, issuing digital securities and digital credit on digital capital, and we can do it into digital channels. And right now, there are digital channels like the NASDAQ or other standard securities markets, but in time, there'll be the crypto ecosystem, 24/7, 365, tokenized, self-custodied. You know, your securities will be self-custodied, your credit instruments will be self-custodied. they'll all trade everywhere in the world at the speed of light. Now, let me talk a little bit about, treasury theory. Bitcoin treasury company, what's revolutionary? Well, Bitcoin, digital gold. We all acknowledge digital gold. Okay, digital gold, digital capital, better than gold, right? Capital, economic wealth that lasts forever. You buy 1/21 millionth of all the money in the world forever, right? That's the idea of digital capital. That's a powerful idea. Pure economic energy. Outperforms the cost of capital because it's pure economic energy. When's the last time the human race agreed on something that was pure economic energy? Well, it was gold for 5,000 years. And now we're starting to re-agree. 5% of the world is starting to re-agree that we've got a new form of capital. Instead of metallic capital, which is what gold was, we've now got digital capital. If you've got a digital capital asset that outperforms the S&P, right, you can capitalize a public company on it. That means you become positively polarized to capital. That means that the more securities you sell, the more shareholder value you create, the more capital you can raise. And for the last 100 years, the entire world was capitalized on sovereign debt or fiat credit instruments. They underperform, therefore they're negatively polarized to capital. So there's a profound idea here, a paradigm shift. If people don't get it, right? They're a strategic incompetence, right? A lot of people don't want to get it. If you're just a cynical, curmudgeon-y, short seller, short-sighted trader, you don't want to understand. You just want to hate on it, so you're not going to. But once you embrace the idea that Bitcoin is digital capital, then the next issue is, what is treasury company? Well, treasury company is just a new kind of corporation, literally impossible in the world where public companies are capitalized on fiat credit. It doesn't make sense to sell equity to buy back sovereign debt because the equity cost of capital is above 14%. The sovereign debt has an after-tax yield of 3%, 2%, 1%. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make sense to issue corporate credit to buy back fiat or sovereign debt either, right? Makes no sense. What does make sense? Well, issue securities backed by digital capital. I'd like to say we understood this business 5 years ago. We didn't, right? Our entree into Bitcoin was first defensive, then it was opportunistic, then it was strategic, and finally it became transformational. Then we realized we're a different company.
What's up, Tom?
So what is the basic premise of a treasury company? Well, it's very simple.
Not much. Pretty much, latter half of the day, just catching up on Michael Slayer delivering Bitcoin Treasury Uniconference speech, full keynote.
You have a block of digital capital, raw digital energy.
Pretty interesting.
Here, it's commodity. The world doesn't want it. What the world wants is a set of securities, either credit instruments or equity instruments or derivatives that meet their requirements. The analogy I've used before is Standard Oil. Think of a refinery. I have a block of raw liquid energy. Einstein said matter and energy, they're interchangeable. I have raw liquid energy in the form of a barrel of crude oil. The first application was kerosene. Kerosene is jet fuel. Kerosene lights up your house. Kerosene was light. Kerosene is rocket fuel. You can't light up your house with a barrel of crude oil. You can't fly a jet with a barrel of crude oil, so we needed kerosene. We refine it, we mark it up. But there's gasoline, there's diesel, there's asphalt, and then if you actually go on an AI and say, tell me all the specialty chemicals of crude oil, there's also lycra, there's also acrylic, there's also plexiglass, there's PVC piping, your lubricants, every form of plastic, stuff you eat, nylon, polyester, right? It goes on and on. We build the houses, we turn the machines, we look through these things, and they're all products. Right, so I can refine it to be a different form of energy, whether it's kerosene or gasoline or diesel. I can create lycra or I can create plexiglass, right? And so products, services, forms of energy come from that barrel of crude oil.
I know I missed crazy market days. No missed opportunities, only next. Constant opportunities coming in and out. Yes, you technically missed FOMC week, but higher risk, higher reward, but also higher risk.
How big is that? Well, I mean, just think about.
There'll be other opportunities, constant.
Oil also owned half the gas stations, so you've got gas stations, you've got every type of energy, and you've got DuPont, and you've got everything that every chemical company ever created. And look at the stuff you're wearing. Probably you're wearing stuff that came out of a barrel of crude oil, right? It's the stuff that's in your tennis shoes, right? So it's not a difficult stretch to say, oh yeah, in the first year when John D. Rockefeller, maybe 1865, when he started screwing around with a barrel of crude oil and out came some kerosene, a lot of haters said, well, there's no future to this industry, right? And of course the industry today is, what, a third of everything. Now let's take that digital energy. what is the role of Bitcoin? You know, we say Bitcoin miners, they recycle stranded electricity or stranded energy. Well, Bitcoin treasury companies recycle stranded capital. Okay, more than half the capital, 2/3 of the capital is locked up in structured institutions right now. It's capital sitting in a bank, in a pension fund, an insurance fund, and a retirement account, and an institutional investment fund, and an index fund, in a money market fund, right? They're all locked up, the great majority of this capital, and they're in certain places. So what do they want? Well, you know, the insurance companies and the pension funds, they want long duration yield, right? That's what they want. The money markets, they want this very short duration liquidity credit spread. Everybody wants something different. The equity investors want leverage on some underlying business model. The derivative investors want that. Now, if you think about, you know, think about the process of creating a piece of digital credit. What I think in my mind is, this is a block of plexiglass, or this is a block of acrylic. Just think like a big block of plastic that's a meter by a meter by a meter. And then I have a CAD/CAM system and a computer-generated machining, or a machine that's computer controlled, so I can operate the lathe and I can chip out anything I want from that block of plastic. So I put in whatever my image is, I unleash the computerized machine, and I get out some beautiful sculpture, right? Not quite 3D printing, but something like that. I'm converting a block of raw material into something, a beautiful work of art. And of course, what does the person want to see? How many different types of sculptures? There's infinite types of sculptures, and they're all just coming from a single block of some kind of acrylic or plastic. Now, I think about digital capital. It's like you have a bunch of digital capital. You have $1 billion of Bitcoin on your balance sheet. You can carve out any digital credit instrument you want, right? And credit instruments are what's the degree of collateralization? Is it 10x over collateralized? What's the degree of liquidity? What's the credit guarantee? Can I get my money back in a year, in a decade, in a century? Is it perpetual? What kind of yield does it give me? What's the yield curve? Is it high duration yield? Here's the magic trick, right? You're a Japanese company. You want to create 5% yield in yen forever. How do I create that, right? Is there a market for that? Yes, there's like trillions of dollars of money markets in yen that get 50 basis points. So if I can carve out 500 basis points and I create this currency, I'm going to take the currency risk of the yen. I'm going to create this yield. I'm going to actually create duration forever. Now, what's the collateralization? Do you want 10 over collateralized, or 5 or 2? What kind of credit risk is going to be embedded in this instrument? I can actually sell you that instrument, and I can collateralize at 27-1. I can collateralize at 20-7-1 and give you a credit put, you know, every 3 years, and I can completely change the nature of the credit. Or I can collateralize at 2-for-1. I can create sub-junk yield, right? And I can give you a different instrument. So when it comes to credit, you've got all sorts of investors.
He's basically saying you can shape the digital world however you want. You can come up with as many securities as you want. You can basically come up with any product you want. And if the users are there, if the capital wants it, if it's a good enough product, it will be, you know, taken seriously.
The Russians don't want U.S. credit. The Chinese don't want U.S. credit. The Japanese don't want U.S. credit. The Canadians, the Europeans, they don't want to take credit. They don't take currency risk. So you can create a credit instrument, if you're a Bitcoin treasury company, in any currency, with any degree of duration, with any degree of collateralization, with any degree of volatility. I talked to a guy probably richer than everybody in this room, and he's got a bit of Bitcoin, and someone says, well, why do you only have like 1-2% of your portfolio in Bitcoin? He says, well, frankly, I'm like something years old, and I can't handle the vol. Okay, 75-year-old, 80-year-old guy with a lot of money, he just doesn't want a 50 vol, 50 ARR instrument that you have to hold for, if you call it indefinite duration, in theory it's 120 months. So if you're willing to hold this thing for 10 years, somewhere between 120 and 240 months, I'm pretty confident you get yourself like 30% a year ARR. But when you're 92 years old, who wants to actually hold something for the next 25 years? They don't want it. And so there are a lot of people, there are very wealthy pockets, and they can't stand the duration. They can't handle the volatility. Another example of people can't take the vol, corporate treasurer. You know, you've got a Bitcoin company, you believe in Bitcoin, but you got to make payroll and you need to make your rent, and so you have working capital. You know, conventional wisdom is keep 1 year of working capital into the currency that your liabilities are denominated in. That's your treasury. You're not going to put that in Bitcoin. You're going to put that in, right now you're going to put it in a money market. In the US, it'll give you about 3% after tax. But in Japan, it's going to give you 25 basis points after tax. In Switzerland, it's going to give you minus 50 basis points. The entire yield curve in Switzerland is negative out to 4 years. In Europe, it's going to be 200 basis points, maybe. So you've got how much? 30, 40, 50 trillion dollars tied up in treasury instruments and money markets and the like between Japan, Europe, Switzerland, Canada, the US. 30 trillion in the US alone. They can't stand the vol. They want you to strip the vol. They want you to strip the interest or the yield duration off the instrument. Just give them pure spread. So what is the closest thing to kerosene that we can produce in this industry? It's basically pure yield. Something like we created with Stretch. It's like if you can just strip away the currency. You know, I live in Japan and I like the 400 basis point treasury, but I can't stand the US dollar risk. I can't stand the currency risk. Strip away the currency risk. Strip away the duration risk, strip away the volatility, strip away the credit risk, give me liquidity, right? Serve it up to me in some sort of credit instrument. And, you know, what? Take MetaPlanet, they're sitting on billions of dollars of Bitcoin. If they can open up the credit side of that trade and they can sell meta yield at
Derpy said, hopefully today was my last account reset, move to trading GC, cleaner charts for me to read, I think. Gold. So you're trading gold. Hit 600 profit goal. 4 more days. Got to get this consistency down. You'll get it, Derpy. You're constantly here. Constantly here. Metric system is OP. Matrix system.
5 or 6% in JPY.
Oh, we are swiping up hard on the NASDAQ. What is going? Apple's coming up a bit. Voyager Technology is moving as well. It's just an amalgamation of everything coming up. This thing is unstoppable. Just one-way market all today. Very rare, but it's going. It's above the 25,000. Nice.
Arbitraging 50% US dollar ARR versus 5% in the yen, and they capture the 45% spread. Right, which is to say they're getting 90% of the economic gain is an understatement. They're getting 100% of the economic gain up front. They're getting 90% in the first increment, compounding exponentially. So when you set up that instrument, you're getting like 95% of the economics, right? And so when you think about what is the opportunity here, everywhere in the world you need treasury companies. Why? Because you're creating the high quality credit. And what credit? Well, you can create that pure yield product and you can sell it direct retail, go to the retail like sort of we're doing. You could also create that product and partner with the largest bank in Switzerland and you could power their treasury. You know, well, B of A is running treasury for $1 trillion or something. So what if you actually power the treasury of another bank and you become a B2B player? So a company could pursue a strategy where they create the yield and they create the return or the credit instrument, but they sell it through a bank. Well, how many banks are there? 25,000 banks. There's 25,000 people to sell it to. Well, what else? Insurance companies and annuity companies. There's companies that have hundreds of billions of dollars and they're on the hook for annuities. Open up a pipe to the annuity company or the pension fund and you just sell the yield directly through. You could do that as well. Also the insurance business, right? And so when I look at this, people go, well, you know, how much room is there for Bitcoin treasury companies? That's you know, some dude says, why would you want to buy a hamburger on the Upper East Side for $40 when I'll sell you a hamburger for $3 in Kansas? Well, because I don't live in Kansas. That's not. Okay, well, so I guess there's room for one restaurant in New York. Well, what about the people downtown? What about the people that live in Tokyo that want to eat, right? The truth is there's a lot of room for restaurants. There's a lot of room for how many banks? 5,000 banks in the U.S. There are 25,000 banks in the U.S. 80 years ago or 100 years ago. So 100 years after they're obsolete, there's still 5,000 of them, right? There will be thousands and thousands of treasury companies, just like there's thousands of insurance companies, thousands of funds, thousands of banks. And why will they exist? They will exist because the risk-free fiat credit rate is 50 basis points in Japan and minus 50 basis points in Switzerland and 200 basis points in Europe and 400 basis points in the US, going to 300 basis points soon. And the world wants 10%, right? And who wants 10%? Everybody. Okay, so the real issue is, how are you going to wrap it? How are you going to construct it? I want it to run on my rails. You know, you can buy Stretch on NASDAQ brokers, but you can't buy Stretch on Robinhood. Okay? How do you get the security to go down the rail? It's kind of like, yeah, I got a hamburger, it's $3, but how do I buy it in London when the hamburger is getting served up in San Francisco? The distribution matters, the container matters, the compliance matters, the marketing matters, right? I mean, do they like you? Do they trust you? So, you know, when I think about Bitcoin treasury companies, I'm like, well, do you have the management team? Do you have a strategy? There's 1,000 strategies, 1,000 ways to do this. Do you have a focus? Do you have a, you know, do you have a capital market, right? Orange BTC is coming public in Brazil. They'll be the first company that's where the capital structure has been designed to be elastic to support ATMs and the like in that capital market. So constructing the company with the strategy in the right capital market is important. But you know, it goes without saying there's going to be a monster treasury company.
Chaos says, isn't this a bit risky strategy to base your company value on a cryptocurrency? Yeah, but he's saying you use the, so you buy the gold. What is the gold in digital world? That is Bitcoin. You leverage that Bitcoin to create a security. That security is backed by the gold, aka, you know, Bitcoin, the digital gold. That security is backed by the digital gold. Then you sell that security to people who need it, to banking systems, to insurance and equity and accruities. You just sell to people who need a steady yield, and it's backed by Bitcoin, just like they did before the 1970s, just like Michael Slayer just stated a little like 10 minutes earlier. Before the 1970s, everything was backed by gold. Now they came off that. It's just backed by, you know, the U.S., the debt, et cetera, et cetera.
Company in every country.
But it's digital gold. You create security, then you go and sell that to retail, to insurance companies that need to place billions of dollars and need the steady flow of capital that are better than money markets, et cetera, et cetera. Is it high risk? Yes, because we're still in early stages, even though people don't think we are. This is only the first 30, 40 years of this. I mean, come on. 20 years.
Market. It won't be us in Japan. It'll be Metaplanet, most likely.
There's hundreds of years
There'll
of
be
this.
A monster in every capital market, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for 100 other very successful companies in every major capital market. You ask the question, how much capital is there? How much financial repression is there? Right? And yeah, I'm not going to go and issue credit instruments in Turkey because the rate's like 46% or something. I'm not going to go there first. I'm going to go and issue credit instruments, you know, where a 10% seems like a screaming home run. And 10% against a 30% ARR over 20 years, it works out to about 90% of the economics go to the issuer. And then it just comes down to a question of how you're going to construct the credit. And there's stupid credit, and there's difficult credit. And I guess I'd say there's a simple rule of thumb here. If some guy with $1 billion is sitting across the table at you, offering to give you the money, it's probably in their interest, not yours. You know, if I wanted to sell $1 billion note that had the warrants of equity, that had the credit protections of a bond, and do it with a single counterparty, I would have 25 companies staying up all night to do that deal, and it would be done tomorrow morning or the next day. It would be awful for my equity investors. It would be bad for my capital structure, but there's a certain amount of money that'll come to you that's easy to get, that's just not necessarily good for you. And then there's the money that you have to work at. Like, I'm going to build a retail channel to 10 million retail customers and sell them a preferred instrument without the credit risk, which has got huge amplification for the equity. That's harder. It's hard to do the things that they're going to create massive shareholder value for your company. It's easy to get big and do things that basically transfer your equity and your credit collateral to a investor. So I would just say the business is going to explode. There's going to be 1,000 ways to win. We're in year one. Don't listen to the critics and the whiners. Think about the critics of the petroleum industry in 1866.
Bullish.
And put yourself in the place of the entrepreneurs and ask yourself, would you get dejected when the price of crude oil traded down 35% and people told you it was a crap business? Because that's exactly what happened to Rockefeller, and what distinguished him is he just always believed that it was going to work, and when everybody else was selling, he was buying, and when they were buying, he was buying, and when everybody was whining, he was building, and when everybody said, you know, in 1909 or whatever, when the entire industry was mature, right? That's when the automobile got invented, and it got 10 times bigger. So this thing is going to be big. There's no reason that credit, digital credit, you know, the credit on gold became bigger than the gold supply.
What is that automobile moment for Bitcoin, for cryptocurrency, for the digital world? Is it when you have the full suits on, you have your own world, your friend has his own world? Like, is that what the vehicle moment is? I mean, what is it?
The digital credit may be bigger than the Bitcoin network. If Bitcoin goes to 100 trillion or 200 trillion, there could be 200 trillion of credit on top of it. You know, you may not want to issue it. That's up to you. Someone will want to buy it. You know, and that is the future that the market will determine. And the market is 100 industries, 100 capital markets, and you're
chaos. It is crypto's very volatile. It's very high risk, but
company.
I mean, he's stating that we're in the early days, supposedly year one, but really, I mean, it's been around since what, 2004 or something like that. So we're still in early stages. I mean, what's that vehicle moment though? You know, Rockefeller was developing the kerosene, fuel, etc., and the vehicles came and 10x, 100x amplified his revenue, profit, just vision, goal, just dream, everything. So what is that vehicle moment for the digital world, for cryptocurrency, for Bitcoin? I mean, what is it?
Solve the problem, solve the compliance problem, solve the tax problem, solve the issuance problem, solve the credit problem, do the marketing, do the product design, solve the distribution problem, evangelize the future of digital capital and digital credit, and roll with the punches, right? Don't get liquidated on volatility, you know, build the most robust structure you can. But otherwise, we are all, you know, if the Bitcoin miners are the first line of electric defense or computational defense of the Bitcoin network, Bitcoin treasury companies are the first line of economic defense. They're the ones that are going to spread the entire ideology of digital capital, of perfect money. You know, the guys that say, fix the money, fix the world, that's all well and good. But the truth of the matter is, you didn't have to envisage that everything else disappears except perfect money. It's not going to happen. So a better thing to be thinking is, if I'm going to fix the money and fix the world, I need to fix the equity, fix the funds, fix the banks, fix the money markets. I need to fix the credit instruments. I need to fix the currencies. I need to fix the policies, fix the politics, fix the ideologies, fix the attitudes, fix the distribution, fix the technology. That's not happening just via tweeting. That's going to be a company.
What I just heard is we still have probably a couple decades, but the sooner the better to really optimize this opportunity. But we're getting to the latter half, and you definitely want to be early. I mean, if you were in at 4K, that's very early, and you're set. But, you know, there's obviously going to be corrections. I mean, Bitcoin went from, what, 12 to 24, back down to 8, to 32, back down to 24, then went to 64, back down to 28, then went to 70, back down to like 58, then went to 90, back down to 68, then went to now 120, 116, 118, and now where it's going to go. Maybe 72, sit back to 60s.
In Japan,
I mean, there's constant
in
opportunities.
In the UK, in the US, in Nigeria, in Brazil, they're the ones that are going to fix all that stuff. And as you create all of these digital, wonderful, beautiful instruments of the 21st century, you're going to win fans and supporters and believers in the political system, in the media, in the economic system, in traditional banking, in traditional finance. They will be brought over to the orange movement, and then they'll start to believe in Bitcoin. But you know, at the end of the day,
orange
you know,
movement.
don't fall into the trap of thinking that, you know, all the world needs is Bitcoin. It doesn't just need Bitcoin. It needs equities and credit, and it needs currencies, and it needs governments, and it needs companies, and it needs funds, and it needs services, and it needs products. And it's companies that are going to create these, and it's hopefully the people in this room today. So thank you for coming, and thank you for being part of this movement.
All right.
And I look forward to hearing each and every one of your stories.
The amount of bullishness there, I mean, just the optimism for the future is just really refreshing to hear. Absolutely refreshing. And just inspires hope for the future. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Alright, so Nvidia is currently up 3.4%. Palantir is down 1.9%. MicroStrategy down 2.5%. Apple is up 3.9%. Bitcoin's down 2.2%. Ethereum's down 6.1%. Solana's down 6.7%. XRP's down 4%. And Doge is down 8.5% for the day. NQ futures are up 0.6%. ES futures up 0.4%. The dollar is down 0.3%. The VIX is at 15. The volatility index is at 15.87, up 2.65%. The Dow Jones is up 0.15% for the day. The Russell 2000 is up 0.5%. Very, very, very good. We are above that 25,000 level, by the way. Absolutely insane. Hey, Saeed. How was your day? Pretty good. Could have been better. Execution was off, but the results were good. Ended up getting a $1,200 payout. One account blown, so that'll make up for it. Well to make up for it. It's not bad. Could have been better. I went against trend too much today, and it was just straight up action. Usually it works. Today is a day where it's very rare for the market to trend one way the entire day, but that is today. Uptrend entire day. And then we also had, when it was pulling back, Nvidia partnered with OpenAI and is investing up to $100 billion in segments. Results matter. Not every day, Derby. Not every day. No missed opportunity. Only the next one. Absolutely, Saeed Chaos. Love you guys. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. Absolutely. Constant opportunities coming and going. And that, what Michael Slayer just said, I mean, it inspires hope for the future. Opportunities here. You may think the opportunity's gone. That is just the time to pounce. You may think it's oversaturated. It's already far gone. And it's just getting going. That's what he just stated. It's going to take years for the regulatory environment, for mass adoption. And the earlier you are, the more you start creating. I mean, it may take you a decade to create a good product, and then maybe you'll be positioned well for the boom. I mean, that's what I'm getting out of that. If you guys are going to still trade, BOE Gov Bailey is speaking. Nvidia deal doesn't change any of OpenAI's compute plans, including partnership with Microsoft or its efforts to build its own chips. The White House, the U.S. is seeking to make oil and gas deals at Climate Week and the UNGA. After market today, Trump is announcing a big announcement, so pay close attention. Announcement on medical findings for autism. That's happening after market, scheduled for 4 p.m. Probably happening around 4:20, 4:30 p.m. He probably will be a little late. That is with the Kennedy as well. Yeah, Nvidia is just going to make equity stage investments. Not bad. Not a bad day. I need to get those to 30K a month. I'll never stop trying. Just gotta stop doing crazy. Yeah, true, Derby. I think it is the same investment approach with Bitcoin. Bitcoin, buy more when it comes down. Pretty much. I'm gonna be heavy. I mean, I already kind of am. heavy with cash on hand, just heavy liquid, just ready for the next Black Swan event. That may happen in 4 years, so I'm not going to fully wait, but I am going to sideline a lot of capital, especially in the upcoming years. Just preparing for the massive, like, let's study this Bitcoin chart just so you guys can understand. Go, yeah, we can do the monthly. Monthly's good. So if you guys look, right, Bitcoin's at 900 in 2017, 900. Then it spikes in December of 2017, spikes to 20,000. Then comes all the way back down to 3,900, 3,100. Then it spikes back up to 14. Then it comes back down to 4. Then it has a massive spike. Massive spike. There's also there's other little events in between those. Let's go to the day. Little events in between that. Let's go here. So this is where we were. So it spikes up to 20, comes down to 16, spikes up to 40. Here we go, and then down all the way to 28. That's what I was talking about. So it spikes up to 42,000, comes all the way back down to 28, spikes up to 58,000, comes all the way back down to 43, spikes up to, we'll just go here, 64,000, and comes all the way crashing down to 28. 64 to 28. Then comes back up, 68,000, drops all the way down over the course of a year to 15,000, comes back up to 74,000, comes back down to 50, comes back up to 109,000, comes back down to 74,000, comes back up to 123, comes back down to 50, keeps going up to 150, then comes down. I mean, you see the pattern. The pattern's here. Boom, 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 boom. Pattern's here. The problem is this has mass adoption. Institutional starting to come in. Regulations starting to get lifted. Legislation is starting to be passed for states to really get into this as well. And then the rest of the country is rest of the world is starting to mass adopt it as well. So will the drops be that substantial? I think so, because it's still in early years. Bitcoin was created in what? 2015? Maybe a little before. I think it was like 2004 or something like that. But the chart only goes back to 2015. I think there's still time. I think we have another decade, maybe less, with AI coming on, but there's definitely opportunities. Absolutely. Whenever it falls below this 200 SMA, which it very, very rarely does, it tanks pretty hard. Fell below, regained, fell below, regained. Time to see, guys. What's up, Tom? How we doing today? Results are good. Execution was bad. I don't like the way I executed today, but the results were good. It's not bad. We live to see another day. How'd you do, Tom? How'd you do? A lot of people thought this was going to continue up. The herd got it right today. Definitely got it right. Very nice. I did not expect this today. Not even gonna lie. Did not expect straight up action. To be fair, we would have probably ended at like 24,850 before this Nvidia deal. If this Nvidia deal didn't happen, we were likely going to end back at the gap. Just a little up, possibly. Oh, well, that's good. I did very good. I made 13R or 6.5K. Good job, Tom. 2 trades. Yeah, man. Swing trading. Good job, Tom. Very well done. I appreciate you stopping by and saying that to motivate everyone, inspire everyone, including myself. I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Alright, guys. ATR is literally at 6.7. That was interesting sight on Bitcoin. Yeah, it just it shows a pattern. I'm definitely going to step up liquidity on the sideline to be ready. Now it might take a year to fully like come down. You saw when it went to 68, it went all the way down to 28, but it took a full year for it to happen. And right now we're at like peak. Everyone's trying to buy. That's kind of the time where it should come down. But we have possibly two more Fed interest rates cut, so that may prop it up. Also, we're coming into December and November. They're up months. After that, maybe we start to curl down. We'll see. I had bought 15 minutes before market open and it just blew up. That was one trade. Good job, Tom. You bought on that 100 MA, huh? That 100 MA bounce. I had a bearish 6 tap form for 1.5K. Good job, Tom. Very nice, man. Killing it. Killing it. Appreciate the follow, son. Appreciate you. Alright, guys. I am done for today. I will be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST. Trading the market. Appreciate Saeed. Appreciate Tom. Appreciate Chaos. Appreciate Derp. Appreciate Gappa. Appreciate you, Turo. Appreciate you guys. Persevere through resistance. Do not fear the unknown. Do not fear missing out. And there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. I will see you guys tomorrow. The simulator is coming soon. Peace.